Oh, am I already live? Oh, it did auto start. Damn it. Okay. This is your host and commander, and I am still setting up my stream because I hit the wrong button in Streamlabs. Because I'm a genius. Okay. Okay, there we go. Right, so normally I do a bunch of things before the stream in YouTube's pre-buffering thing, but, let's keep that volume a bit lower. Hopefully it sounds good. I don't have my phone. I can't listen to it right now. Oh, yeah, let me just put the tip jar up. This is not going to be a high brain power stream, but you know what? I don't need it to be. I just need to keep making progress on that because that's basically how you get here. Alright, tip jar pinned. So, during the course of the last few streams, I was made aware that one of the OpenBSD core developers... Alright, I have to change the window. One of the OpenBSD core developers maintains this extras where he basically maintains unofficial forks. A bunch of the other OpenBSD ports that have been removed from Tree over the years have actually already been upgraded to 7.5, but the VAX port only goes up to 6.1. So we already know what it's going to take. We already managed to build 5.1. We weren't able to run the release step, but there are very clearly issues here. But the question is, how broken is it really? Because if 6.1, and there's no way to know at this point how stable it is. The problem is that the kernel packs we're seeing only show up on load, and realistically the only load I can put on the system is compiling the damn thing. I mean, I could even probably bypass the distcc. I mean, like, even the make release use case takes 40 minutes, and that's after doing the entire 2.5 day build, which panicked multiple times throughout. To make this port viable, I have to fix the stability issues. This port also has additional features. It disables some of the security features in OpenBSD. It theoretically will be less Glacier, although I think that's only in 7.5, not in 6.1. Because when we were running 4.3 on the, or 4.9 in the emulator, it was downright zippy. So I want to see if I can actually get this to build. So what we have to do is we have to cross-compile it. Then I have to install that on the emulator and see if it boots up. If so, then I have to prep it for building, and do I really want to do that native build again? Like, that is a really sucky question. Wow, I did not do it. Oh, hold on. This just needs to be smaller. Okay. This sidebar, it's like empty brain. Oh yeah, happy Pride all. It's it's June. I'm still in May. I'm sorry. The last 2 weeks have been so flipping mentally taxing. All right, let me just get this build going. So before the stream, we are still in the NAS because once again, 32-bit, same rules as same apply. I have to be on a 32-bit platform with cross compile. So if the documentation is to be believed, we need to go root, and this time I just made it so I could log in directly as root. Like, why am I overcomplicating it? If you compone my LAN, which is soon not to be in existence, you know what? Congratulations. Like, I salute you. I properly lost. Alright, so you have to merge these files, and then you have to apply the patch, and it's a P0 patch. I already tried this once, and it just failed. So yeah, we want to apply the VAX patch. Okay, so I applied everything successfully. So the question is, how many, like, it patched a lot of files. Officially, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to You're supposed to build it for the native platform, sysmerge it, then cross-compile it. You know, I think we should just do that, because at this point, I don't want any surprises. I just want to see if this works the way it's supposed to work. So let's actually build the native system first. So this is i386 building i386 with the VAX patch attached. Now to do the cross-compile, because certain elements, like if the make files have been updated at all, they may be referenced from the built-in system. This will make sure it's consistent. I can hold on. I can run this make J4. This I gave it 4 cores. It's not particularly impressive Celeron, but let's be honest, it's not that horrible. This will probably take an hour. It's like whatever. I'll just sit here thinking about, because if nothing else, chat is a very good rubber duck on the Dark Nights. Yeah. Today, when I got up, which was like 3 hours ago, because woohoo, sleep disordered life. The Yaris went for emissions and failed. It failed for a very stupid reason I should have foresaw. The car has, one of the locks is busted, so the light is basically stuck on, the door light. So what was happening, as the previous owner told us, the light has been draining the battery. He actually threw in the battery charger with this car, the $1 car. So we could jump it, but let's be honest. And like I said, I have the Prius. So I could jump this car if it really came down to it. But out of an abundance of having to do this nightmare before in a prior life, I just disconnected the battery. And that's what the previous owner had done. He's like, passed down the generations. What I did not consider is this car has to pass emissions. To pass emissions in the problem is that, for reasons that I will get into down the line, it's going to have New Jersey plates for a time. That time may be... Basically, when it left Maine, it had 10 days to live somewhere else. It's not going to get there in 10 days. So the easiest solution was, congratulations, I am now co-owner of a $1 car until it can actually reach its final home. And the logistics of this is getting kind of interesting. It's, you know, it helps for me to talk about this because, it's kind of been a source of frustration in my life. Like, it's definitely going to it makes a lot of things easier, and also, you know, like, helping someone be back on their feet, also good deed. But it's... Yeah, it's like... It's also been this... It's been a distraction from moving, and it's like, I feel like myself caught in multiple angles. The flip side is my move has been sort of on hold regardless, because, haha, life, fuck you. I was hoping to get out of here by the end of May, and it's very clearly I was over-optimistic, but I think June is even questionable. I might actually go up right to the end of my lease, and I'm really not happy about that. So I'm kind of feeling the stress. What I'm currently debating is that originally it was going to be 2 drivers, myself, and 1 other in this Yarvis, and I was going to take carloads of stuff across. And this is not going to be a short drive. Now the open question is, do I take 2 cars? The biggest problem is the Yaris is a standard transmission. I can drive a standard. I drove one from Alaska to Florida. Driver 2. The lessons are going well. Let's put it like that, but let's be realistic. This is not the drive you put a newbie driver on. So I'm in the wheel, and hopefully, and you know, we'll do more practice is what it comes down to. Like, let's be honest, I picked up standard driving transmissions relatively easily. The first two cars, oh god, apparently this is going to be End Commander car life. The first two cars were a Prius, sorry, not, the current car is a Prius. I learned to drive on my father's Sable and my mother's Tiburon. I mostly learned on the Tiburon, and I de facto owned that car. It was in my mother's name, but I did all the maintenance, all the repairs, all the everything, and then I got a second car after that, which I did some... Oh, yeah. I have gone several 100,000 miles by car, and I have driven more than one car directly into the ground. From new. Well, the second one wasn't new, but I still put about 30,000 miles on a used car before the transmission just went boing. And I'm really hoping this Prius does not do that. That being said, I've had pretty good luck with Toyotas. And they usually will give you some sign before they go to catastrophic car failure mode. They're not like a BMW, which will... Let me put it like this. Every time a BMW owner turns their transmission on, they are... After, you know, a second-hand BMW owner... Because I have never heard of anyone having a good experience with those cars. Like... Yeah. So, balls. Am I not on screen? Oh, I guess I'm not on screen. Hold on. What happened? Did I miss a step in the build process? Like, we had some weird transient quirks with the Vax build. Let me look at the actual instructions. I might have to run a depend step. Make release, set build directory. This is just if you don't want to build as root, but it does seem to build as root. I probably should not be doing this as root, if I'm perfectly honest. I hate if their build system is really that fucking fragile. Like, that would be absolutely fucking ass. Yeah, it seems to be all you actually have to do is type make. Let me... There are instructions in the make file. Hold on. Six one. I extracted the source to 6.1. I hope. Where are these files? FCNS. FCFN. It's actually missing. This is the official source tarballs. All right, hold on. Let me see if there's let me look at the actual instructions. There were instructions on MIOD's it's not a handle. Hold on, I'm saying it wrong. Meode? I really hope I'm saying that right. I apologize if I've probably been butchering it this whole time. All right, so current status, files to be added to the OpenBSD source tree. Taking part of platforms that used to be built in. Oh, son of a bitch. It might actually be missing in the fucking tarballs. God damn it. That's going to be actually kind of irritating. Is it in my installed system? No. It's likely a directory that's missing more than anything else. Let me see if I can just find it. Apple has it in libedit. Yeah, which is what we actually failed to compile. So we want... Where are we? We want to be in libedit. So according to the Apple source listing, if this is to be believed, there should be a local folder here. Or at least the files of one. Because we also saw that there was a failure for common.h. Let me just see what it looks like in current year. It's absolutely, like... Oh, hold on. It's not there in current year. Or at least it doesn't seem to be. ... question mark? Chared C. The file is not there on the Git checkout. Is it there on current? This would... Okay, so this is a library... Hold on. This is actually important. I already know that the CVS is a little bit iffy on files getting into branches. I've already seen this. My guess is this file has not actually changed in probably... Oh, I don't know. Well, I can actually say when it hasn't changed. It would have changed when this project was relicensed from GPL v2 to GPL v3. But libedit, I can't imagine changes very frequently. So I bet if I take a little bit of a tour in... All right, so this actually proved to be a good exercise. I assume that this was... I was kind of questioning if I should actually do this. No, interestingly, that's actually missing in their CV. Oh, no, here it is. In attic. No need for files generated by depend. Okay, so... All right, you know, let's just let's actually do a clean. Let's run a full depend, because the documentation doesn't say you're supposed to do that, but I already figured that you might have to do it when we did the Vax native build, because I was just following the documentation. Hey, Carmich. I'm sorry. I am. Uh. Yeah. I've got fresh tea, so. I don't know. It's not the first time I've done. Like I said, I've done a lot of long drives. I've driven to and from Alaska 3 times. Something about this though just makes me. I've had a lot of apprehension. Maybe it's just because, like, I haven't been really happy owning a car again. I, I regard it as necessary evil. Um, and realistically, there's very few places on this continent that you can live without a car anymore. And it's like I just have to basically deal with it. Wow, we're actually up to 30 considering it's 4 in the morning on a Sunday. I don't know. I looked at my last video. It's like because for me, I made that video like a month ago. No, I needed to. I need it for the time being. For the time being, I actually needed to move. Um, but once I no longer need it, I'm going to think real hard if I'm going to keep it. I really just no, we're just going to be cross compiling today. I only have the source code for this one, so I need to build it. I'm currently building the official way you're supposed to do this is you're supposed to do the native build first. You're supposed to merge the native build. Then I can run the cross compile. Then the cross compile I can put in the emulator to run the native build. That's officially how I'm supposed to do it. The question is, do the stability issues remain? Because ultimately speaking, if we still have stability problems, they have to be fixed. Like, realistically speaking, I have lived in multiple cities without a car before. I lived in Anchorage without a car. I had one in one. I had them one when I lived out west. But if I had been closer to a major city, actually no, it would have probably been practical. It would have had some major downsides, but I could have probably made it work. But there's a real sense of isolation because like I said, I went to boarding school a long time ago. There is nothing to make you feel the isolation of the world when you're alone in a small mountain town and the only thing around you is quite literally farmland. Like when I took the bike tour at this point 2 years ago, I got reacquainted with New England and exactly why I hated it. And going up to Maine did not make me happy. So it's like I suspect it's been coloring things as of like for me. It's like, let me be honest, I'm kind of just bearing out my soul on live stream right now because at this point I am major life changes are scary, chat, and this isn't the first time I've bounced between multiple coasts, and it's the amount of uncertainty I am launching myself into is not to be underestimated, and I've had about a year to think about this, and I haven't been able to say that this is a bad choice for me, but the unease has yet to completely... The unease continues of where my life is headed. What it ultimately comes down to is boarding school helped me become very independent. But when I came back, there was no more home. That is the only way I can describe it. I was gone for 2 years. There was nothing to come back to. It's like I said, I've mentioned on Patreon that I recently had some meaningful conversation with my father. Whether it actually goes anywhere, ... but fuck it, it's like, my goal for this year, and I'm going to do this in November if I don't get to it sooner, but realistically, once I am on the other side of this move, which will probably be the September at the latest, I'm going to have a fair bit more free time. I intend to write a book. The first book I write, I'm not certain, but one of them, I'm either going to write something about Unix as a whole, or I'm going to write part of my life story. And the problem, there's a lot of circumstances, like, at this point, I've been basically live streaming since the start of the pandemic and onward. But for me, it was mostly to kill time. Multiple people in my life tell me I should write my life story. That's really actually what it comes down to, is at this point, I've now probably had 4 people tell me I should actually do it. The problem is that to understand some of the context of my life story, I have to write my family story, because some of it, hey look, it actually, my god, it actually ran make depend. At the end of the day, understanding is what helps me more than anything else, and after a very long while, I do think I actually understand circumstances that a child could never comprehend. And in my case, in many ways, it leads to I grew up with a physical disability. I have that sleep disorder. It wasn't known, we didn't know what it was until my 20s, but this led to a lot of bad. It wasn't the only thing wrong, but it was the primary one, but it got misdiagnosed. It led to hell. I mean, at this point, like I said, I've lived in 3 countries, 6 states. I've interacted with the state government in, I believe, 7. I'm gonna have to add that one up. I have lived in China. That's one. The other one, I'm leaving a mystery. Someone who knows me will be able to figure that one out from context, though. I lived in Alaska. I mean, the sentence alone, I have driven to Alaska 3 times, implies the question, where is that missing leg? Because I'm not from Alaska. And it's kind of why I think I should do it. November is National Novel Writing Month. And at this point, I need to have a goal. I want to do it sooner than that, and I've actually written about 5,000 words already. But if I don't find the time between now and then, like, because I'm probably going to start working on it when we're sitting on long compiles, but right now for me, I'm feeling kind of less shit than I did last night. Like, last night, I was just staring into my soul. I had basically compared to most millennials, I did better than most. I got hired out of college by Canonical. Did not finish my degree, but Canonical was a lot to get independence from a very bad home life. And ultimately speaking, I ended up hating the job. There's a lot I could say about Canonical, and well, let me put it like this: what their current HR process looks like was where that started, because something like that doesn't start just from nowhere. We are currently building the i386 port on my NAS, which has 20 gigs of RAM, and it's a 4-core Celeron. My god, we're actually up to 46. I'm surprised. I've just been in a mood. So basically when I got up today, because I had to get into the Yarvis, it had to be driven. Now fortunately I have a code reader. I need it for the Prius because the Prius has this very annoying fault that comes on once every 2,000 miles. It has a slightly faulty O2 sensor, but when the O2 sensor fails, it trips the computer, and when the computer trips, it goes into limp mode. It's absolutely ass. So I just keep resetting it. And the mechanic did look at it. So but they want a stupid amount of money to do it, and it passed emissions like that. So, like, fine. I don't have to care about it for 2 years past this point, because the emission sticker will still be good. What it comes after that is, the RS came with main plates, and it was valid in main emissions, but like I said, because the car wasn't staying in state, they gave us a 10-day drive away plate, so I had to register it here in New Jersey, and that required a trip to MVC. that was probably the single most unpleasant DMV I've ever been in, and I've been in quite a few over many places. It had loud music, like really blazing announcements, like, now seating A, B, 1, 2. It was like, I imagine someone petting your soul the wrong way. That is the only way I can describe that. I can only feel pity for the people in that office. I've actually been in there before. I had to get my insurance record because they had trouble finding it. They thought I was still in New York, but they couldn't understand why I didn't have a driver's license in New York. They couldn't seem to find the other half of my driver's license. Yeah, this is what happens when you have lived in far too many places. And realistically, it's going to keep happening. I'm just kind of accepting it. My first passport got 2-page extensions. The pandemic, my health going to shit and the pandemic really did not do any favors in my travels, but I still got quite a few cool stamps in this one. And I probably will get quite a few more before I have to old yeller it, because they're good for 10 years. Yeah, I mean, basically what I'm probably going to do is, as penance for inflicting a vax on me, I might ask Black Coffee Drinker to basically just take all my live streams and edit them into a video, because at this point I don't know how far I'm going to take this. realistically speaking, may not succeed. I might still do a video about that, but I'm not even recording the footage. I'm literally just going to edit the VODs because we're at what? Like, counting compile time was 72 hours, but I probably have put another 40 on top of that. I mean, I've been live streaming almost every day I can, and these are not been short streams. And we're definitely getting quite a few more subscribers. The NetBSD video did drop, and I'm kind of happy, and it does seem like it's doing okay with ye olde algorithm, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Like, the algorithm, like, it already looks like it's losing traction, but it's also middle of the night, so I'm really hoping it's not completely dead, because it's like saying it's looking similar to the 4,000 to 10,000 views your videos normally get. I mean, sure, like, my last few videos have not done particularly well, and it's like, is my channel dead? Like, I hate to think that my channel has died. That being said, my Patreon is growing. People are joining me as members. More realistically, the goal for me is to double the size of the channel, at least in terms of revenue. Because at that point, I can actually live off it, and having a job is better than no job. Whether or not return to work, at least this is something that's kind of working for me. And at this point, combined with all the stuff that I've done to cut the cost of my life, I could actually live on it basically as is. But I'd like to aim a little higher, please. Yeah, you can screenshot it. I'm not doing it on this stream, but I usually do, just because I can't be asked. I'm sorry, this is... You know, I really don't know how I was functioning without doing something like this, just being... Well, you know, I had a Discord server. There's enough people that are awake in the middle of the night, but the sheer isolation of Non-24 is unreal. It's only in probably the last 2 years I've had any sort of alleviation from that. It's probably why I can actually tolerate living alone. I know a lot of people can't. It's, yeah, granted, it's easier in a city. But I'm not going to pretend that it's a good way to live. The reason I'm debating if I want to write the life story book first is actually rather more pragmatic than anything else, because I'm pretty sure I have the skill to do it. The thing is that my name is more directly... in terms of professional accolades, I am actually tied to quite a few things. Like, I've historically always used NCommander as my handle, but if you actually Google my real name, you can find quite a few things I've done over the years. So, there's the thought of writing the big book of Unix, probably talking about the state of preservation, what can be emulated, and blurb. I've actually started doing a little work on this, although I haven't committed to this as as an idea. But realistically speaking, the last book on Unix was probably written a decade ago. Most people that are going to learn Unix are going to learn it in fucking history books, and if they're going to experience it, it's going to be in an emulator. So I can turn the mic up a little bit. It might be a bit low. Oh yeah, it was only at 80% of what it should have been, so thank you. Sorry, I normally sound check it. I just didn't. Yeah, sorry, it's Tmux, not is it Tmux? Yeah, I think it's Tmux on the outer layer. Because it's Control B, D. Yeah, it's Tmux. I can really hear my NAS grinding away doing this. Like, it's spinning Rust hard drives, so... My general suspicion is that this is going to be no different than 5.8. I might try it on real hardware. That VAX is slow. Like, it is obnoxiously slow. Black Coffee Drinker was memeing, but realistically, I would have liked a faster system for development. I can work with it. It is probably the slowest thing I've ever used, but not as much as what you'd think. I think the actual slowest was a 133 megahertz ARM, and I remember building GCC on that fucker. Yeah, it's more than 30 seconds, I can swear. No, it's more that my channel sat fallow for about a year. But realistically speaking, I'm about what I should be for what I'm getting for subscribers. It's what happens is that my content is got fairly high production value, so it does tend to get views over time. So every time I release a video, every prior video gets a pretty serious bump in views. So as that continues to compound, because this isn't like a Minecraft channel, there's something to actually be gained by watching every video. It's not like, hi, this is my Minecraft world, welcome to episode 352. Even if you're interested in watching the series at that point, are you realistically going to watch all, like, 300 prior episodes? I don't think that many people are going to be watching all my VODs all the way through, although my community has surprised me in the past. So, So interestingly enough, I saw in SimH that OpenBSD 3.8 was significantly faster. I don't know if that's due to security stuff or just the GCC 3 and 4 being a little bit more bloated. It easily could be because of ELF executables. AOut is quite a bit simpler. ELF does have an overhead, especially if they're building the operating system with position-independent code, which I'm not sure if they're doing that on VAX. But it's... like, realistically speaking, this is me just seeing the limits of actually possible because I find it fascinating to do this. And honestly, I am learning a fair bit. Like, I didn't finish my degree. And I can't say I was a particularly good student, but I have read quite a bit of theory books on OS development over the years. And I used to debug it pretty regularly for a living. I didn't usually write the patch, although sometimes I did. So realistically speaking, I should have all the knowledge either in my head to begin with, or it should be accessible to me. And ultimately speaking, the hard part's done. I just need to merge all the bits together and write new platform-dependent code where it is needed. And it should not be needed in that many places. I know for a fact in the Linux, more realistically, the only thing that would stop you from making a Motorola 68K version of Ubuntu is you probably would have to patch the toolchain, some of the Ubuntu build scripts. All the core OS components are there, or have had that support basically handed down the generations, and it still works despite the fact that it's probably been decades since you could reasonably use a modern version of Linux on those machines. Oh, did someone just get a membership? I just saw the blinky thingy. Oh, I saw a subscribe. Okay. By Garrus. That is an awesome handle. That is a reference to, what is it? It's by Gaffor's Hammer. That's a reference to Galaxy Quest. We are building an operating system from source. We are building OpenBSD 6.1. Trying to get it to run on hardware that is so obsolete it has no right to exist. It's literally... Funny enough, on Discord, someone showed up with a VaxStation 4000, and we were looking at the pictures of it, and it's like, no, that is exactly the same machine. It's absurd. I can't believe DEC was selling these things in the 90s. A 386 was probably faster than the damn thing. I ran make depend. Apparently it doesn't say so in the documentation, but apparently you do need to run make depend and then you run make. But I haven't seen it. It hasn't gone that far yet. It has. Oh, actually, it probably is because it runs alphabetically, so it may actually be there already. All right. So while that's going, I probably need to work on the network driver, but I just can't right now. Like, I'd rather just be sitting here on the stream watching it because I just don't have the mental energy to spare right now. But this is drudgery that has to be done. So if I can do the drudgery on my not so good days, then I can dedicate the 1 or 2 days a week that I actually get at full energy to handling it. Yep. All right, so apparently, magic step unlocked. Now we just need to cross compile. And then once we cross compile, I guess we're going to have to native compile. I guess we're going to have to do it again. While it's my guess is it's going to kernel panic. I have very little faith that this has actually been fixed. Because from what I saw from MIOD's patch set, it literally looked like just the minimum you needed to keep it going to get it to build. But it didn't look like he had fixed any bugs. And realistically, this looks like an obnoxious bug to run down. My best bet of finding it is I'm going to have to bisect multiple versions of OpenBSD, and there may be more than one fucking stability issue. This is going to be a test of will, but this is a test of will that works very well with my life right now. And realistically speaking, let's be honest, I don't think anyone on YouTube has actually ported an operating system. Hold on, I'm actually thinking about that one. I mean, it's possible. NeoZed and I, a few years ago, compiled Rhapsody from source code, and we essentially created a version of Darwin that had never been publicly released prior. The source code had been released for it by Apple, but it did not directly correspond. There was no Intel release of it, and the source code did not directly correspond. No, it did directly correspond to macOS 10 Server 1.0. It probably would have just built on that had we been able to emulate it at the time. Yeah. This is currently native compiling. The way you have to do this is you have to do the native compilation, because I don't know if any of the things that MIOD patched matter, but it may require it to be... I'm not taking any chances. Plus, if I hadn't done the native compilation, I wouldn't have found the depend step, and I just want to see if this works without the amount of trouble we had. Like, I want to see if I've actually learned something. You know, I keep saying it's MIOD. It's not MIOD. It's MIOD. I need to get that right. Like, it's disrespectful not to get his name right. It may be Miode. Miode? I guess I'll ask him. I guess I'm going to have to send him an email when I do the video. Then again, when I actually start making some headway on this, OS developers find a way to my Mastodon. I do actually feel kind of better. I don't know. It's like I've been stressing out about this the next coming week or so, because basically, but the flip side is well, option A is that we might actually drive out with two cars, because realistically, I still need to move. I also have more stuff I can get rid of and just hand it off to people. But it also means I have to drive the Prius back, which sucks. I mean, but is doable. Oh god, this is gonna suck. I actually have to call my leasing office on Monday. I have to confirm when my lease is actually up, because this might just get very painful. I don't know. I think I'm struggling less than I was before chat. I do actually feel like I'm struggling less. If nothing else, it's giving me perspective. Realistically, on Monday, the car goes for emissions round 2. Assuming it passes, because I'm a little worried it has an exhaust leak. I smelt exhaust when it's been idling. But it's also a Toyota Yaris. Like, let's be honest, this is not exactly a sophisticated car to begin with. It's in good repair. Like, it drives well. The transmission is in good shape. The gears, like, you can tell that this transmission has not been abused by someone who doesn't know how to drive a manual. And I know what the car was used for, and it has everything it was used for originally. So it's like exactly the sort of thing, like, if you wanted, like, I will write its more. I have to put its full story into words. If it, as long as it passes emissions, and what we did find when it did go, the only fails was that the 3 sensors that had to be run longer, just because again battery disconnected. So it should just pass. Like, it should have its New Jersey emission sticker. I hope. I really hope. There's something to be said that fear is not something to be taken lightly. I mean, it's having done this before I know to be afraid, and it's also because it's. I knew there was a time where I was going to be moving again. My story wasn't going to end in Jersey City. Oh, it's not up. Normally I have the track burnt in. It did not get set up. There we go. Track name is now on air. Or will be whenever the stream delay catches up. You know what? I should, let me put the other T picture away. sorry. I'm sitting down right now. I had a bit of food left over, so I just ate. Oh yeah, I got to sneeze. You know when you gotta sneeze and you can't? Alright, 5 minutes from now I'll probably sneeze out of nowhere, and then I'm gonna feel a lot better. Talk about universal human experiences. It's a struggle. I mean, it will. Let's be honest. It's just going to lead to more lines of text scrolling by, but they're lines of text that mean something to me. I've just been like, God, how are 63 people awake to watch this? I mean, I guess it's Sunday morning. And this is just sleep. Maybe I'm just getting all the other insomnics. Sit here wondering. Try to make the world a better place. Yeah, I'd say I've already done things that didn't change things. But I feel like I'm just sitting here lamenting about the past. Like, I just been in such a weird spot about my channel for a while. It's really been... I find, like I said, I've mentioned this in other streams, but by and large, I have not enjoyed running this channel in and of itself. I've enjoyed exploring things that I was curious about as a kid, but I really haven't actually enjoyed doing it all that much. It was a way to pass time through the pandemic, and realistically it's been the only source of income I've had for a while, just because of the everything. Like, at this point I do think I can get back to work. It's just, it's going to be hard, but I do think that's surmountable. But the other flip side of the coin is if I could get the channel to just double what it currently is making, and that's an achievable goal. I could just live off it. And this is probably the most interested I've been in a project in God knows how long. Like, I don't know how far I'm going to take it, but when I finally get to whatever I take the limit to is, which might just be getting 6 when compiled. I mean, I don't know. My guess is to actually fucking solve the problem, I'm going to have to go through each intermediary OpenBSD release, compile it, and see if it can, when it starts having trouble self-hosting. If that's in fact the case, then I'd have to bisect it, which means I'd probably have to use the git revision history and then see if I could figure out what, if anything, is the difference. But that's changing. Like, I'm not convinced that that's going to actually find the problem. I could bisect something completely unrelated. But we also saw that 5.8 kernel panicked pretty reliably. firmware, a major test of an operating system is, can it compile itself? If it realistically cannot compile itself, then you have big problem. Because ultimately that means that you can successfully read in all the data files, write out a binary file, write out a new kernel. In operating system terms, it's a term known as self-hosting. Not all operating systems can self-host, but it is considered the mark of a stable operating system that it can cross-host or self-host. Like, L4 systems generally are not going to compile themselves. They will be cross-compiled from another system. Same with things like VxWorks, but OpenBSD expects to be built on OpenBSD. FreeBSD, I believe these days it can be compiled from Linux, but it generally expects to be built on FreeBSD. NetBSD is the exception. Illumos needs to not only needs to be built on itself, it needs to be built on its own nightly branch. Darwin, it's a little bit more Darwin's build system was just insane. It was the worst of all worlds. It was a modular proprietary build system that had no unifying logic to it. It was just hot garbage. Ubuntu and Debian, Ubuntu is his Launchpad, and Launchpad is technically still, it's AGPL licensed, but the assets are no commercial use. So realistically, while you could make a fork of Launchpad, you can't. It's one of those kind of fuck you things. Realistically, the main reason you'd want to run Launchpad, though, is if you wanted to build Ubuntu. But you can also do that with the Debian build tools because it's the same build format. I don't believe snaps run for the build D infrastructure. I'd be very surprised if they did. It's possible. I'm actually thinking about that. No, the entire point of snaps is their sandbox. So no, they wouldn't run for the build D infrastructure. Well, I mean, that's kind of where I'm going to have to go with this. I would have to basically go... The problem is that the only workflow I have that can shake loose the bug is rebuilding the damn operating system, which is... I could try distcc. I mean, we could try and fix the network driver. That one, at least I have a pretty good idea why that's broken. It's just a matter of fixing it. And that's really... I just have to sit there and implement the padding code from NetBSD. It's not hard, I just need to do it, and it's grudge work that makes my soul kind of ache because I'm going to have to experiment to figure out if I've done it right. Yeah. Let me put it like this. Launchpad's performance issues were a well-known problem that... No, I'm just going to leave it at that. Launchpad's performance problems were a well-known problem. You hit it in the right way, you can usually get it to do what you want, but you really had to know how it worked. In a prior lifetime, I actually worked with FSF Savannah. I was a Savannah hacker. So I'm familiar with Savine, which is their fork of the original VA Linux SourceForge. This is the lineage of that code base. And Launchpad was everything I hated about Zope in a web app. I like Python in general, but Zope was just... Why? Like... It was factory all the way down, and this was still in the Python 2 era. No, actually, that might have been Python 3 at that point, because it was Zope 3. No, sorry, I take that one back. It was Python 3. Um, like all this information is actually in Launchpad.net. It's in public bug reports. So it's not like I'm like it's just oh god, it was my biggest thing with Ubuntu is I felt that of all the Linux distributions that had a real chance of taking on Microsoft in the desktop space, Ubuntu was it. Ubuntu has bug one is that Microsoft was and still is the most dominant operating system. And remember, this was me of 16 years ago. I was 20. And I was still involved with the free and open source movement from the earliest I remember working on it was in high school. I may have been involved prior to that point, but at that point it was I had taken an interest in source, like VA Linux was one of those things that I always thought was cool because it had SourceForge and it had Slashdot. And Slashdot was the tech news of the 90s. Yeah. The signing stuff is actually a holdover from Debian because I was a Debian developer. The GPG key requirement actually goes all the way back to the fucking 90s, and it may even go back further. It may actually go all the way back to PGP. I've never actually looked that far. I would have to look at a version of deinstall from the 90s, and I don't think I want to look at... I believe Elmo wrote that code. It's probably very Angry Pearl. The current Debian archive kit, you actually can find my handle in it if you want to go looking for it. So I do know how it works. I've always been a dangerous amateur as far as OS development. I still have commit rights to the Herd repo. Yeah, I do have commit rights. I have commit rights to mock. I don't think I still have commit... No, I do have commit rights to Herd. So, I wrote a random number generator for mock. I don't think it ever actually got merged, but it was the first one that actually worked reasonably well. There had been a few prior ones. I basically was looking at the Linux kernel source code, and I basically looked at what Linux was doing and rewrote it to work under mock. It was a fascinating project. It's one of the very few times I've actually done kernel development. And this was before I was hired. I was hired for my expertise in making ARM shit do shit. Oh, you're talking about dput? I have felt that modern Ubuntu releases, because I ran Ubuntu, you can see it on the main channel, up until LTS 2004, and 2204 was such a fucking disaster. Like, so much of my system broke that I just sat there and it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to go install Windows. Because I need one application to work, and that's DaVinci Resolve. And I was dealing with constant problems with the goddamn video card. It was... Even minor updates were causing problems, and I was having to use the ATI Rocker M drivers if I wanted to play a game on Steam, because realistically that was the only machine I could do gaming on. Hey look, something else breaks. Hey look, something else breaks. Hey look, something else breaks. Although, Proton was amazing. Like, I was really fucking impressed with Proton. But... having been unhappy with the last two Ubuntu LTS releases, it's like, fuck it. Linux subsystem for Linux is... I had gone back to Windows on my laptops when I was still working at Mixer, so I knew kind of what to expect, and even then, I used to keep a Windows notebook for contract work until I finally gave that up as a lost cause. So going back to Windows wasn't completely an unknown for me because I had to keep a foot in that world anyway. Exchange pays real well if you have Exchange experience on your resume, and I do. Yeah. It's not just Wayland. There has been a systematic loss of quality across the board. Like, 10 years ago, we had easier ways to actually install full desktop Linux. We had a fairly consistent look and feel. Let me put it like this: Ubuntu seems to change itself every 5 years. A decade ago, we were using Upstart in Ubuntu. Now we're using Systemd. Systemd has now become this all-encroaching monster that has touched every bit of the base system. And when it works, it's great. And when it breaks, fuck you. Like, I find it very difficult to debug because half of it disappears into... The problem is that these issues are transient and happen on the time scale of years sometimes. But it just has this overlaying feeling of complete jank, and I don't know if it's just me or something else. Other people seem to agree that other Linux seems to have gone downhill, but that may just be fucking confirmation bias. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't had any in a couple of years. If I'm like, I'm being clear. I should be clear here. I'm kind of looking in retrospect. The biggest issues I've had more recently, like the final straw, is like half the time with is that Chrome was not matching the fact that I use a dark theme because I cannot stand looking at a fucking light bulb. I hate light themes. It's like bleaching my eyes simply just to the sheer number of hours I'm spending looking at a screen. Like, no. And it was becoming incredibly jarring. Half of things when I tried to open a web browser, instead of opening Chromium, it was opening the snap version of Firefox. Cinnamon was half the applications were loading panel. I tried a clean install and all these problems still existed. I find Unity very hard to use. I was using Cinnamon up until that point, and Cinnamon wasn't bad, but it wasn't great because Cinnamon was basically a knockoff of Windows 7. If I'm going to be really fucking blunt about it, and I was already dealing with all the other headaches of using content creation on Linux. DaVinci Resolve, which was I had switched from Kdenlive to DaVinci Resolve, which I don't regret that change, but there was a lot of pressure to try and make my videos better one after one after one after one. And Kdenlive is not a bad video editor, but it doesn't do things in a very intelligent way. Like, it doesn't do things that other mainline video editors do. It has overlapping things. But its title support is actually not too bad. I actually found text titles to be easier than Resolve. The downside is that you really kind of lack. There's quite a few tools in it that I really enjoy having. Like, I do sometimes do color correction. I do somewhat complex effects just to keep the video visually interesting. Because let's be honest, this is a pretty dry topic. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually the other problem I had with Kdenlive. Like, I've had Resolve shit itself more than once, but Kdenlive, it was really fascinating in the ways you could wedge it in a bad way. You know, and then I look at Fedora and it's like, do I really want to be on the fucking upgrade treadmill? It's like, I want this fucking thing to work. Resolve required... I needed the GL card to work. And that was the entire problem. Like, if I was on the upgrade treadmill with Fedora, am I really going to risk Resolve breaking and no way to actually fix it? It's like, that was why I was on an LTS release to begin with, and that LTS release was a complete and fucking disaster. And the previous one was not a good one either. The bugs got ironed out, but who the hell is doing QA? I upgraded, you know, it's like, my God. Like, realistically, I don't need Windows subsystem for Linux. 9 times out of 10, you can do it with Cygen. You just have to accept the fact that Cygen is going to be slow. But subsystem for Linux is remarkably convenient, and it works for about 90% of my use case. Can't relate, use Arch. Good luck, mate. I have run Gentoo before, and it's like, I could not imagine daily driving Arch. I really can't. Because my biggest problem is that something upgrades and then it all breaks. This is admittedly why I went to Apple. Apple is not exactly good for backwards compatibility, but my God, everything that I care about supports it. And I don't like Apple, I'll be really honest. This is not the first time I've been an Apple user. This laptop has had some major downsides, like I really miss my Intel processor. But the battery life is, my God, phenomenal. Although the M2 is not as good as the hype says it is. I've been surprised. It has been good. It's probably the best ARM processor when it shipped. But realistically speaking, it's more because Apple has vertical integration. They're currently eating Adam's lunch. And I don't think Adam is that far behind than, like, it's like I'm inside the reality distortion field, but I'm still seeing reality for what it actually is. This M2 has some annoying quirks. It only can run one external monitor, and very annoyingly, the built-in LCD is not a 16:9 display. I didn't realize that when I bought it. Although I have to say that I have enjoyed this machine before, that Apple will likely get more of my money for the foreseeable future. I'm not going to rebuild my desktop. The desktop's just going to stay on Windows, but next upgrade cycle, I think I'm going to just go all in Mac. And I am getting closer to that, but realistically speaking, I'm not going to spend money that I don't need to. And I haven't aged out this system. The last one lasted me about a decade. Because when I build them, I build pretty top-of-the-line systems. And let's be honest, it hasn't changed. The market hasn't changed that much. So until my videos go up in order of magnitude, I have a workstation class card with 12 gigabytes of VRAM. I bought it in the pandemic, and it hurt, but it should realistically cover me for the foreseeable future. And this MacBook actually is incredibly impressive as a render machine because it can use the system RAM. So as long as I don't go completely bananas, I should be able to render everything on this MacBook Pro. It's been working great. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here. Like, we're still just building the native build. I don't know how long this is actually going to take. My guess is, well, we're at about an hour. Where are we? We're in libtool. So yeah, so we're about 45. We're about 75% of the way done. So it shouldn't take too much longer. Well, at this point, content. This is basically what I'm doing with my life right now. I mean, the last year has just been fucking hell. Before I just getting into live streaming full time has more been a mental. It's been both a physical and mental thing because realistically speaking, there was a lot of pressure on me to make appearances because that was the type of life I was born into. And when you have permanent disability, you can only do it so often. If I'm willing to be in a bad mood, sitting here at my desk, I can make it happen. And like, fuck it, I can sit here and I can do this. On average, each live stream is currently netting me between $20 and $30 when it adds up the ad revenue and all the VODs watch. So if I literally just sit here at the desk live streaming, I earn a living. That's actually how the math is working out right now. On top of that, the Patreon, the memberships are going up month after month. I think... I don't know how much far... at this point, I'm going to see if I can keep on a 2-month cadence for videos. I don't know if that's actually going to happen. The goal I set for myself this year was 4 videos. Because I knew this move was coming. I'm probably another year out before I have a stable living situation again. 5 years, it depends on factors outside my control, but I have at least 2, maybe 3 ideas of what that's going to look like now. Yeah, I think this MacBook Pro is free too. I'm not in love with it. I guess I could live stream in it, but it does look kind of wonky on YouTube. I was not very happy with the one stream. I think I did that one in 16.9. I think I had to plug in an external. It's been a time, chat. It really has been a time. I'm really hoping this video I did is worth it. Like, it seems to... I'm... The problem is it already looks like it's slumping, but... We'll see. We will see. I'm gonna fill up this picture and make some more because this is just compiling Perl. Yeah, that's still going. All right. Had some more pasta left over. I find C++ to be a very possessed programming language. That was good. That was actually really tasty. Yeah, I know. But there's nothing worse than debugging C++ code. Oh, God. Yeah, I'm going to open the window. Oh, it's done. Cool. Alright. So now we do... wrong thing. So man sysmerge. Yeah, so sysmerge... So that'll basically copy everything from the directory we just built. So now we should be able to do a cross compile, make file cross, target, vax, cross to strip. I think that's all we had to do. So this will build the, I'll still have to, I think I still have to build the kernel, but nope. Okay, it's not going to be that easy. Alright, so we had this problem the first time I looked at this. libexec. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me make sure there's no reject files. There aren't. Okay. Actually, I think I have to... No, I think cross to strip is all I actually have to do. We'll see. I mean, it should have made all the header files and such when I ran depend, unless they're platform specific, which they might be, but fingers crossed. Then again, it was warning that 32 to 64 to 32 was busted. El Bustado. Wow, why did... What, did I just... I went all Spanish. I've always had this fear. It's an irrational fear, but you know, you're live with a mic and you say something by accident or is taken out of context. I mean, look how many people say something on a hot mic, and it's like, I've always had that paranoia. It's like, I try to live in a way that I don't think people would consider bad, but to everyone, you know, there's always that fear, and it's like, the saying, you know, it's just saying something you don't intend, and it's part of what I had to face to really start streaming on a more regular basis, because when I first started streaming, it was like the idea of you always have to be on guard because you might say the wrong thing or have something go wrong. I think it's a fear that comes out of public speaking, because I remember having that fear when I had to do, I did a lot of talks, let me put it like that, over the years. And over time, I got better at it, but it was never the thing I was ever very comfortable about, especially because, you know, I don't have any siblings. You know, I didn't have a whole lot of social interaction growing up because both my parents worked. So, on top of that, it's not... I won't say I have had exactly the most happy of lives, so it's like... A lot of how I've seen my life is that... Oh, for the love of flipping... Okay, so apparently you do actually need to clean the build directory because it... God damn it. Okay, so you do actually have to do it. You don't actually build... Alright, well, today I learned. You just... If you're going to do a cross-compile... I guess you have to sysmerge, then you have to clean it, and then you have to cross-compile it. Okay. Today I learned. I do feel much lighter. I do actually do, because I guess what it comes down to is trust that you are true to your own ideals. So even if your brain says something that you may not 100%, you know, you trust that the person you are at the end of the day is the person you think you are. I don't know if that actually makes sense. Maybe I'm just sprouting profound nonsense, but this is going to be a fascinating live stream. I really do wonder what the VOD thinkers think of my random rants about life. But if someone's going to write my life story, I prefer it to be me. It really is mesmerizing to watch this chat. Like, this has been my Yule log on the couch. Because I have been using the laptop. It's just been signed into the streaming account, which has actually been really wonderful to... I put a Patreon post out that I wrote quite a while ago, and I kept moving the publish date back with the intent that either it would get published when I forget to move it, or it will get published when I feel ready to, and the former happened. I was just as surprised by that email as I think my Patreons were. But it is an actual true thing. It talks about addiction. I used to smoke cigarettes, and I worry a lot with, especially post-pandemic. Like, I always had a high computer usage because I worked in tech. It comes with the territory, but these days, I want to make sure there's life outside the keyboard. I mean, I would actually really hope to be at a time where most of my life is not at keyboard. I don't know if that's achievable, especially considering my health issues. But if I'm going to sit at keyboard, I don't want to be mindlessly browsing internet. So I've kind of made it not a hard and fast rule. Like, a few hours earlier, I let myself binge watch some YouTube with audio because I haven't been able to listen to it with audio for a few days, unless I'm watching on my phone. But I gotta be honest, watching YouTube on my phone is like, it's okay if I have AirPods, but I just kind of find it depressing. Okay, I think I need to do cross clean, and then maybe I can do cross distrib. KB stock compiled. That's funny. I'm not certain yet, but a lot of what things I've done is I've gone on long distance bike rides. I have done long distance bike drives. I mean, I've spent literal months crisscrossing this continent in my car. I would do Europe, but the logistics of doing Europe when you're not a citizen sucks. It can be done. You just are going to hurt. I would like to see if I could get this YouTube channel to the point that I could run it on shitty 3G internet. Because at this point, all it really would take is running OBS in the cloud. Let's be honest. I think there's enough people who are interested in OS dev that I could just do OS dev, and I think they would be happy. There's a lot of text-based operating systems. We could do stuff with mainframes. It's entirely doable. Like, we could do something weird or interesting for Multics. I don't know what, but it does sound... I have run it in an emulator. It is kind of interesting. But if I could get it down to that point, I could realistically go down the full length of the Pan American Highway. I've already done the northern half, at least most of it. I've done it as far... I've gone all the way to Peru. I haven't gone... And I went as far south as the Tropic of Cancer. Central America is not the hard part. South America... It's getting to South America and back, which is the logistical nightmare of that trip. But at this point, I also have a chance to do it. I might actually have a chance to do it, and it's not the sort of thing I can just hop in my car and go, but there may be a chance to do it after I move, but before I go to where I'm hoping to live full time. I may also be able to do it in sections. I probably can't do it as a continuous drive. I don't think I could just... but it comes down to a lot of factors that I am still waiting for. I don't have to drive across the gap. If I drive it all the way to Panama, bring it back, and I think I'm going to do that. If I do it in December, assuming I actually get good progress on my book, and I do it in December, I could get all the way to Panama. I know for a fact I can get all the way to Panama. Because that may be the final roll of that Yaris. Realistically speaking, in 6 months from now, that car will be mine again. And it's set up for someone to sleep in. So it really comes down to, am I actually willing to do it? And I'll be honest, this is not the safest thing in the world to do. There is a chance I die doing it. But I've already gone this far. It has been a life goal of mine to do the full length of the highway. Even if I only get the northern half of the highway, at least I've made progress on it. And I have not made progress on this goal in 8 years. Because ultimately speaking, I'm talking about driving. I don't know what the actual start point is, but let's say let's just put it center of the United States. I'm starting in the United States, driving all the way through Mexico. I may want to visit Belize just because I haven't been there before. Belize, Guatemala. You can, the safest thing would be to go through El Salvador. From El Salvador, you have to cross Honduras. It's the only part of that trip that I have a real concern about. But if you do it from El Salvador, it's only 55 miles. It can be done in 2 hours, not counting border formalities. From El Salvador, from Honduras, you cross into Nicaragua. From there, I actually know the road myself because I've been on it before. I've done that part by bus. You go from there to the capital of Nicaragua. You continue south into Costa Rica on Interamericano Uno. And then it winds all the way to Panama, Panama City. How far south you can actually get varies on COP. But when I tried, I got about 10 km from the actual end of the pavement. Dangerous is not the word I'd actually use for it. Most of the world is safer than you'd think. Like, it is not actually all that dangerous to do it. The biggest danger is that traffic standards in Central America are not as good as they are in North America. Driving in Mexico at night is one of the most terrifying things I have ever done. And I was a firefighter. I actually think the Autobahn was still worse at night, but Mexico did not make me happy. But that was 10 years ago. I've gotten better as a driver since then. This Yaris is also a lot less conspicuous. I was driving a much newer car at that time, and it was still shiny. Foreign license plates are going to frig. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just like trail out like that, but damn it. Oh, I think I know exactly what it's doing. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so this tells me something about what MIOD is actually doing. I am betting I'm going to open this file and there's going to be no line for VAX here. Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, so you know, it turns out all that work I've spent on this far is actually proving to be quite useful. Okay, so what that's telling me is Myode is building this on VAX. He's not using the cross script. So the problems he's running in 6.2 are probably... There's a good chance the problems that he is running into is entirely related to system stability issues, which is both a good and bad thing, because he would likely be compiling up for each intermediate release. I'm actually doing it a harder way because cross-compiling OpenBSD is annoying. Because you have to install the host system. If you can just compile your own way up, and you're patient, it's doable. But if he's having too many stability issues, it would also explain why he hasn't published any binaries. I've been to Bangkok. Shanghai was bad. Hanoi was worse. Bangkok was about somewhere between those two. Well, I can't imagine he fixed the compiler. He's got to be... That's the same build error I've been having, and realistically, when I looked at the patch set for Motorola 88K, it was still GCC 3. So I would be very surprised if it's GCC 4. I mean, I couldn't get the compiler working, and I looked in the patch set. I didn't see patches to GCC, so presumably it's still broken as GCC 4. We can try it, but... Well, I was all the way on the very edge of the city. I was right where I was on the second to last stop of the MRT. So it... Actually, you know, I'm actually thinking about that. Was it actually all that bad in Shanghai? Shanghai was a nightmare during rush hour, but it actually wasn't all that bad overall. You know, I take that one back. There are worse places. I mean, Midtown Manhattan and gridlock in a manual transmission is one of the unhappiest places to be on Earth. You know what? No, the absolute worst traffic in the world had to be Cairo. Why am I thinking about this? It was just Cairo. I've had comparable traffic jams in New York, but Cairo gridlock is actually as bad as they say it is. Like, I was kind of impressed. I remember I was actually in Egypt when the Arab Spring decided to break out in coup d'etat. Yeah, I had a front row seat to that one. I saw the protesting myself in, I believe it's Tahrir Square. I was only there for... I was able to get out pretty quickly, but unfortunately I was kind of an itinerary I couldn't reroute easily. Yeah, Hanoi was pretty bad, although Hanoi was more lots... The one that completely got me was in the Philippines, was the Leaning Tower of Vespa. Like, you know, I realize that these are families that are in extreme poverty, but it's actually seeing it firsthand. Yeah, Tahrir Square. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I had stayed at a relatively cheap hostel there. I had a BlackBerry Pearl. Basically, I had been traipsing through Europe for the last month. And my return flight, I had a return leg out of Cairo. I may have been able to move it, but basically, I had started the final set of flights. And I was committed, and then on the way in, bad things happened in Egypt. Because Merbenk got tossed out remarkably fast. Yeah. Rip BlackBerry. The other one that really fucking freaked me out is I was in Kuala Lumpur on the day Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 disappeared. I saw the families at the airport. I didn't know what had happened at the time. No one did. It was only the following morning that they were talking about a plane disappearing that I realized that what I had seen the previous night. So yeah, that was my Malaysia story, and God knows that there's probably another alternate version of N Commander that was actually on that flight. Like, I know it's not like I was going out of my way to pick flights. So the most impressive queue I ever saw was actually in Cambodia, although it was the queue for Thai immigration because when I went to Angkor, to get back to Angkor is pretty far off the beaten track. It's worth the trip, and there is an airport in Angkor Wat. Siam Reap is the name of the city. But if you actually want, but the easiest way to do it is there's a 6 to 8 hour motor bus that runs from Siam Reap to Bangkok. So that's how I did it, because bus travel is a backpacker's best friend. It is remarkably cheap if you can put up with it. I mean, last year I was in Europe. I was not by myself on this one, and I went all the way from Greece to Berlin without getting on an airplane. And I decided to finish visiting every country in the Balkans. Of Europe, I am only missing Norway, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states. And Russia, actually. I have been to every other country in Europe at this point. No, sorry, I still need Italy. I don't know how I keep missing Italy, but I have been steadily working on filling in my map of Europe. Yep. I've done a fair bit in Southeast Asia. Many years. So when I went to high school, there was actually an exchange student from South Korea there that I kept in touch with. And this was one of the very last trips before I put up my boots for an extended period. I hopped on a flight to Seoul, just out of the blue. I flew JFK to Seoul. That was I think it was a 16-hour flight. It was long. So we spent a week together. I got to visit the DMZ, although I didn't get, at the time, the security situation did not allow visiting the border room where the table is where you can step into North Korea. All right, hold on. We gotta look at this. Libc archvax symbol list. Oh, it's symbols list. Do we actually care about this? Like, what exactly is in this? I feel like I should have this file. OpenBSD extras 6.1 source libc vax. See, there's a symbol list there for Spark. Let me look at 5.8, because maybe 5.8 had a file there. So looking in Vax. No, it does not have that. So what is in this symbol list? Like, what is it used for? Or symbols list? Oh, hold on. Here we go. Okay, so this is basically defining what has to be exported from where. So realistically, if I fuck this up, it should yell at me. I'm surprised this file is not there. Let me just look through the OpenBSD. Ooh. I'm okay. Do we have a VAX version of this file? We do not have a VAX version of this file. Is there any difference between these? Like, can we just kind of yeet one in there and call it good? I have that horrible feeling the answer is no. All right, let's just grab the one from Spark and let's just start there. Like, do we have any of these? Like, we have that one. And we have that one. So maybe this is the right thing to do. Well, that seems to made it happy. Yeah, okay. I mean, VAX is from the early age of the, it's where Unix came from. A lot of things got their start here. damn it. Oh, okay, hold on. So there, we did actually need mcount. All right, so, I mean, that's progress. Oh, do we have to actually define it? Crap. Let's see. What does mcount do? Oh, of course. That would be too useful. I might actually have to clean the build. If it actually built something, because the depends here a little bit fucky wucky. So like if I do a clean like this, no, I suspect that's not going to do anything. Let me pull up the cross compile runes. I believe it, yeah, okay, here it is. Eval, export, makefile, cross, target, vex, cross. Okay, so that's building that. I think I want to change it into something more comfortable. I'll be back. does seem to be happy now, but we'll see. Ugh. I should keep chat up. I'm sorry. I'm leaving you all alone. Oh, really? Unnatural scroll wheels disappeared again? I should just get used to it going the other way, but it's so hard. Because I like my trackpad to go one way, but the mouse wheel to go the other. And it's so irritating. Well, it looks like it finished the first C library because now it's doing the profiled one. So maybe we'll get lucky and this just builds. Yeah. Yeah, Gentu's guy, I mean, my general opinion with Arch is it's a great wiki with a somewhat meh Linux distribution. That's really how I felt about Arch for a long time. Well, fuck. Alright. That sucks. Alright, so how the hell do I make this happy? Alright, let me look at Myode's patches. So in LO core, there is Mcount. I'm assuming that might be processor count. Let's take a look. I've got to look at the 5.8 source code. I have this distinct... Well, hold on. Before we do that... So yeah, it actually needs this system call. Flip. Okay, let me see how the system call actually looks like on i386. That's an assembly language I actually understand. I'm going to have to do this in VAX, aren't I? Well, let's be honest, I was going to do this at some point anyway. Yeah, that is not going to be trivial to actually implement. But we don't need it because we're not actually profiling the kernel. So I'm going to just do something quick and dirty to make it work. So SCB entry, I think I just need a global. Like, is there any in here? I'm just trying to figure out the best way to actually implement this. Signal code handler. So, like, anything profiling. I guess. What a... I mean, it's weird. You'd think... I mean, apparently this did actually build. Maybe it was 6.0 was the last one that built, but... Alright, I mean, let's just see how far we can get. So if you look at it on Spark... Alright, so why don't we just grab the Spark code? That's the easiest way to do that. You know what, let me grit and screen, because I don't ever remember what the flipping key shortcuts are. Unless I can disable profiling, that may be the actual thing I need to do. You know, I just realized that maybe instead of profiling build, I should just actually disable profiling. Can I do that? Oh, there's a top level symbols list. Is it something in the make file that does it? I assume so. Maybe in the top level make file? Okay, so no, it is going to want to build a profiling version. I think I just have to give it a dummy signal. That's not ideal, but whatever, I'll work with it. Like for Mcount here, how was it implemented? Like, is there a C implementation of this? Oh, wait. Hold on. Vax include profile. So there's an Mcount here. Where the flip are these used? I do think if 5.8 had profiling, I think this is old code. Yeah, I mean, look, this code's from 93. This is not new code. I think just something has changed. Like, why isn't this working the way it's supposed to be working? Define mcount, and then it's defined there. But it's also defined... This mcount declare is something I've seen on the other ones. And it does exist there. Oh, wait. I think I might see what the, I think I see the problem. It's... I suspect it's just mcount. It's not... Like, if I look at the symbols list here... Is any of these symbol lists have it as mcount? No, they actually all... no, Alpha has it as... mcount and underscore mcount. So why don't we see if that works? I'm admittedly just guessing here, but we obviously have the function, so why isn't it... Well, this file didn't exist in older versions. Oh, nope. That ain't working. Make clean. I have to check into the environment. Eval export make file cross target vax cross. Love of undefined reference to underscore mcount. I think I need to clean and then remake just to make sure that I'm not losing my mind here. I don't know. Right now, I'm a little confused on how Humpty Dumpty is put together. But I am learning. God, an IBM 36020. My God, shipping that across the sea was probably not cheap. Sorry, I am quite tired. I don't know how far I'm actually going to get on this, but give it all the. It's not that I'm tired. It's yes, no, kinda, sorta. I had yogurt earlier, but I might have another yogurt. I'm really thinking about it right now. Well, let's see if this builds, because then I'm going to have to think if it doesn't. So, no, hold on. It builds the profiled one, but it doesn't build the standard one? Wait. Profile one gets built. Standard one falls over. When I run it, when I just run make by itself. What exactly is that doing? Building shared library. Here we go. So it's doing all this. So there's M. Okay, so sys. Okay, so machine profiles. Machine profile not getting loaded in. I assume the headers are generic or generic-ish. Yeah, so that gets down to there. We're cross-compiling. So it looks like we're missing something in sys. Okay, that is there. Include profile. Undefined reference to underscore underscore mount. How is that getting interpreted? Like, all right, let me look at its users or something include. I'm assuming it's got the right system headers because otherwise, very bad things would happen. I mean, it is a cross compiler. So if we follow it all the way to its source, user include sys profile, or it'd be machine profile. Yeah, then we end up with mcount here. We end up with a global mcount calls mcount underscore underscore. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. So why is it underscore underscore? ASM label, hold on. I just saw ASM label here. Mcount. If defined prof or gprof. If defined elf. It should be a profiling build. most of these have a second function. Like if we look at mcount ASM name, Spark 64. So mcount looks different there. So if I look, wait, is mcount a single opcode on this platform? No, here, second argument to mcount is... Oh, no, this is probably how you do function calls on this platform. mcall push argument. Because my VAX assembler is not quite up to this level yet. Calls underscore mcount. I need to see what this looked like in 5.8. Because I'm assuming in 5.8 it was no actual... It wasn't any different. Oh, but my 5.8 VM is down. Actually, you know what? Let me just look at the file history. Because if this has changed... I believe Super H is still in the official tree. So let me just see if it's changed in Super H. Assumingly, was like a change to the linker or something, if that's what this is. So I go to Profile... So for Super H, it was committed once in 2008. There was exactly one change. There was two changes to it. So diff to previous. What actually changed here? Let me look at that symbols list file in the source control. Maybe it gives me a hint of why it exists. Because I have this horrible feeling I'm doing something wrong. So, like, if I check the VAX folder here, because the whole thing's in the attic. Wrong thing. I don't want to go to sys. I want to go to libc, arch, vax. Yes, there's definitely no file like that here. So if I go to, say, alpha, though, I go to symbols list. Explicitly prime the symbols permitted to be exported by libc. This is primed with the current list of exported symbols, so it doesn't change the API yet. But sets the stage for unintentional additions in the future. Okay, so it shouldn't actually matter all that much. ... question mark. So ultimately speaking, global mcount Why do I feel like this is doing stupid vac shit? Text global mcount pushes 16, then it calls itself, and then return from sub branch or subroutine. Okay, that's simple enough. We also know in asm.h mcount there's an ASM label for it, if defined elf, which I really hope is defined. So it's looking for an underscore function, and it's not finding it. I don't think this is right, but let me see if it does anything. Like, if I look at this on alpha, which I also think is similar, I have to go up to the top level, source, sys, arch. Alpha, include, and then we go to profiling, or profile. Yeah, see, on this, I think this is something... I mean, it seems to want this more than anything else. Because it wants text global, symbol global. I mean, we can try it. I don't think that's actually going to be... I don't think that's right. So that's going to install new header. It's doing something. Yeah, it is actually rebuilding that, so it did take the new header. I don't know if it's going to give me a working result or not. I'm going to grab something to eat. I am back with plain old yogurt and a little bit of honey because apparently I forgot to buy some honey. Yeah, I saw he's got it at least getting to the post monitor. Very cool. Like, if he could get it working, I might see... I wonder how hard it would be to actually get it to do SMP. Like, you could probably get distributed.net to run on that. Depends on how... Well, maybe not. It depends on how baroque that compiler is. Assuming he even has it. I would assume so. But I have seen stranger vendor decisions. Ooh, that is the right type of sourness. Chat, I think that got farther. Like, I think we're doing the profiling build now. Oh, like, that bitterness is just so good. Like I said, I'm near the bottom of this honey, but at least if I'm going to snack, I'm going to be healthy about it. And this is actually very cheap. Mm. This is real. I'm sorry, I'm having a little party over here. I was having a little party over here. So now what? All right. Yogurt complete. All right, let me see. I think I have to see how that file is pre-processed. I think that's... typing ls into chat does not actually help me. All right, so libc. Yeah, so if I do... So I go find make mcount. Well, I know it's in Gmon. Yeah, Gmon. Alright, so... Oh, shoot. I got honey on the desk. Aw. Well, that's easy enough to clean up. Oh, yeah, that's... Wow, that's actually properly sticky. I do definitely feel like I want to do a gaming stream at some point. Like, I haven't feel like doing that much gaming, but... I'm right now I'm mostly just thinking. So I want copy mode because I want to see how this file is basically coming out. Alright, I think I just want to see... is it slash... I think it's -E? Okay, that shouldn't be .s, it should be -I, but whatever. So mcount... So where does it get the --mcount? So it basically gets it right here. But that function doesn't seem to exist. But hold on, but didn't I make a change to that header? Yeah, hold on. User cross. So yeah, my change to the header actually didn't make it there, because if we look at here, Yeah, because I made a change here to see what it would do. Okay, so that's annoying. Okay, so now, at least now I can make more direct edits, because obviously it's not happy about something. Machine vax. I mean, this doesn't look right. Let me just confirm what the latest version of this. Let me just confirm what this file looked like when it was removed from OpenBSD. I could probably just kludge this around and remove the calls, because this function should only be ever called if we're profiling, which, let's be honest, we're not going to. It being slow is part of the charm. Oh, this very line of code was changed. But not in a way that actually matters. It was changed in 2013. But it doesn't change the mcounts line. It is due to vax user userland thing. Alright, so we look back at it. What is the calling convention? I mean, you define it as mcount. You have mcount declaration here. So that's mcount declaration here. Machine dependent way. Does the actual work is interlined into a C routine? I'm trying to understand why this would have changed. Let me see if the file itself in the kernel has changed. At least I'm starting to understand. I think I know what this needs to be, but now I've got a bigger question. Let's see here. It's quite I mean, either I'm doing something wrong or my ode never actually got this building. It just basically cleaned up the merge set. So, I don't know. I honestly don't know. So, if I'm looking at this here, so I want to go libc, gmon. Gmon C. This file has changed quite a bit over the years. So if we look at it... If we look at it like 18 years ago, what did this function used to start looking like? Oh, I think I'm in the wrong file. I need to be in mcount. So this was... Mcount may be static or inline, blah, blah, blah. So that's what the... Like, it has a used one and a not used one. What the hell does that do? Alright, when was that added? Mark mdecal as used to prevent GCC4 from optimizing it away when it's only referenced from inline. And that was in BSD 5.2. So that is still actually valid. Now we're at 5.8, 5.6, 5.5. So this file has not changed according to the CVS history. It hasn't changed. I wonder if this is a problem with it cross-compiling. I don't know, but... It's called on entry. Like, what symbols are actually getting defined? You know, chat, I think I'm just going to go with the quick and dirty solution. I don't think this is right, but we're not doing a profiling build. So I could just make it happy. Okay, that made it happy. I don't think it's not right, but it does work. As long as we're not doing a profiling build. Okay, now I should be able to cross distrib. Technology just flipping hates me today, doesn't it? Because now it's dying in... Ah, there's an mcount.s, like... Oh, wait. That's the file I created. That's a file I created. Wow, the build system actually picked that up as a real file. Okay. This is fine. Hey! Oh. Oh, okay. That's not a good sign. So, okay, so which file is this? Crossvax. Where am I? User vax. So all these are Intel files. Now, if I look and... Okay, that is all correct. User crossed vax, user lib, CRT0. No. Okay, so that looks like everything I actually need. You're all what? You're all... Yeah, you're all VAX files. I hope that works. Did I copy those to the wrong folder? I think I did. I feel like I copied all this. Like, did it just get reinstalled? Oh, you know what? Oh, hold on. I probably have to do a make clean. Yeah, you know what? I have to clean the source code because I accidentally did a partial native build. So let's nuke the build directory. We now know how to at least fix it. Yeah, sys arch vax include profile mcount. Like, this is not a good solution, but it will get us building. Let me catch up with chat. Music is low. I can add music. Now we wait. I'm just gonna sit on the couch for a bit. Oh, hold on. I see what happened. I was in the cross environment before. Yeah, I just... Oh, man, I am really on fumes tonight. Yeah, I mean, the video I dropped is definitely getting some decent traction with the... I've picked up 100 subscribers, so it's going well. Hopefully it stays going well, but, like, I can't drop a video every day. It's just not possible. At least not with the type of content I'm doing, which sucks. But there are a lot of channels that don't release super regularly that still get a lot of subscribers. Alright, so now that is building, so that's good. Well, it's building the compiler. I'm sitting at my desk and I'm kind of... I am... I have apprehension about the future, Chad. I think that's a lot what it comes down to. And on one hand, I see a better life for myself. On the other hand, it's scary to reach towards it. There's the knowledge that maybe you won't actually get to see it. It's terrifying. But I'm not going to just quit and give up because... Okay, I also have... Apparently I've now reached 100 uploads on YouTube. That seems low. I thought I was high. I thought I was actually quite a bit higher than that. How does it calculate that? No, apparently this is my 100th thing I've put on YouTube, counting streams. Okay. I mean, fair enough. I can do more. I can do better. I need to... I legitimately need to be able to focus and work on this channel. If I can do that, I can make this channel reach the heights that I need it to. Like, one of the things I keep questioning is this project a good use of my time? Because the videos pay out more money, but they take longer, and I still have to do all the work. And as I've mentioned before, this is a project I've actually kind of enjoyed, because this is getting back to the real roots of the everything. Some of my earlier... I honestly don't like how the pinball video came out in the end. If I was to do it again, I would probably re-edit it and it would be a longer video, but I was still kind of young and learning how to deal with the viralness. Like, this has been a learning experience, and like, I think more sustainably I could probably keep this channel going indefinitely. Or at least I hope I can. Because honestly, I prefer doing this, like being able to sit here at the desk, talking with chat. My concern is I don't know how much there is to actually grow here. Realistically speaking, the number of people who are going to be interested in this shit is going to be a small pool to begin with. I'm talking about pretty niche topics in Unix at the moment, because that's where my interests currently are. But Unix as a whole doesn't have a whole lot of knowledge in the public. I'm hoping just because it's OpenBSD content, it might get some traction. Like, if I take a look on YouTube as a whole, I type OpenBSD. I mean, Action Retro did a video about 8 months ago. I mean, how big is Sean's channel these days? Sean has passed 100,000 subscribers and did it in 300 videos. I think I've uploaded about 40 videos at this point. God damn it. Syntax error. Okay. Oh yeah, no, that is a syntax error. Yeah, like, there's only a handful of videos on OpenBSD at all. Like, there is this OpenBSD guy channel. Um, I am worried that it's a little bit too niche, but I mean, like, Sean's, like, I like action. I don't watch his content very often anymore because, honestly, I am trying to cut down on the amount of YouTube I watch. Like, I'm really trying to get control of my life after I haven't had it in a very long time. I mean, let's be honest, this channel's been a serious journey. Like, it took about a year and a half for it to start getting actual real traction. I had to put a lot of work in to get that far. But after 2022, I really hit a bad creative slump. I don't want to say I was phoning it in while live streaming, but the live streams were the promise that I was going to come back to this properly. And so far, I've gotten 3 videos out this year. My goal is 4. Simply, it's a low goal, but I knew for a fact that this year was going to be a rough year. And maybe I can up the pace. Like, realistically speaking, I'm probably going to reach a point where I could edit a video and just kind of keep going. Then again, the live streams definitely seem to be keeping interest, and I don't know. This is the sort of thing that gets hyped because, let's be honest, people are going to want to try this in an emulator. So I probably need to include that in the video. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of vibing here right now because it has been a time chat just with the everything in my life right now. Yeah, well, okay, we are now compiling. I actually don't enjoy watching live streams. It's part of why I found it very hard to even find traction. I mean, realistically, at this point, how much of looking at May, I streamed something like actually, I started streaming again in April. So I streamed 1 out of 3 days in May. I'm not going to be able to do that in June just because I have the Transcontinental Drive, but let me just see how far I can actually get, because I'm not losing momentum in this, because what I used to do is I would have to select a project and work on it, and then I'd have to keep working on it even if I didn't find it all that interesting. Like, the Linux from Scratch one was actually incredibly boring from my perspective because I helped put Ubuntu together. Like, I could probably figure out how to do that one without the manual. I would hate my life, but I'm pretty sure I could do it. We are currently cross-compiling. I'm not convinced that this is going to work. This patch set doesn't look complete. Then again, I'm not convinced that OpenBSD has actually changed that much. I mean, it is a relatively small core team. I mean, it's through the libc, it's into crypt. We are getting somewhere with this chat. That is going nicely. Well, here's the question is, I'm actually curious. Part of what I'm trying to do is really grow Patreon and ongoing subscriptions. Realistically, most people who are going to be working in this work in tech, and I'm hoping that there's enough people that are willing to support me on Patreon or memberships or the like. Like, I should probably add a higher tier. But I only ever soft launch memberships. I never made an announcement about it, and I still technically haven't. Well, we're cross-compiling. We're not native compiling. Although it is running on a Celeron, because I can't do this on my laptop. I'm probably going to run this on SimH on... I do want to see if it will run on actual Metal, but I want to do the full install. I'm really staggered that, like, I know from Mixer's numbers, like, I know that YouTube has never been a huge streaming platform. Like, I've always gotten the impression that, I don't think Google publishes their numbers, but I've always gotten an impression that they are tiny compared to Twitch. Like, in terms of people streaming on the platform. I do want to get my live streams up on Twitch, but I have to sit through, I gotta go for the terms of service. I've got to make sure everything is kosher with Twitch, because I have streamed on them in the past, but it was so long ago. Like, I don't want to do an 8-hour live stream that is simulcast to Twitch and then get a fucking TOS violation, because that's no bueno. I've already had problems with a service provider being a dick, and if YouTube ever goes up in flames, I might end up moving. Flip. That's a problem. Let's look at libc and see what's going on in here. Yeah, malloc is undefined. That is, that's not good. It was complaining about udev, which is... Oh, flip, that's not what I want to be doing. Make file, cross, target, X. You know, I just had this horrible sensation. Before I do this, shouldn't I see if the kernel works? Because if I don't even have a 6.1 kernel, which is ultimately why I'm trying this, then this patch set is useless to me right now, and I should start from scratch. Maybe not start from scratch, but work my way up, because this is not actually helping me. Because I'm looking at this, and this is looking absolutely fucking miserable. Let's build cross-sys. Let's see if we can actually get a kernel out of this. Because if we get a kernel out of this, at least there's hope. That did build a kernel. That did actually build a kernel. Myode may not be trying to build the userland. I had problems with backwards compatibility, but it is possible that the kernel compatibility layer may actually work? Question mark? Yeah, so where would that kernel actually have come out? Why do I remember this is like complete ass to actually build a kernel? Oh yeah, because no, it is actually complete ass to build a kernel. I've got to set the environment. Makefile cross target vax cross environment. Where's the file of the magic runes? Oh, it's eval export, not. Okay, so now. This is something that always froze me, is how you actually, so it's config, but it's the base system. Alright, let's build that kernel. Let's see if we can actually get a working kernel out of this, because maybe Myode's patches only work for the kernel. That would explain a fair bit. But, and ultimately speaking, if the stability issue is fixed, and I can use this with a 5.8 userland, which is ... question mark right now. Yeah. I mean, ultimately it comes down to if there's enough people to support me, we'll see how far it goes. I could probably get my editor. I probably can get Black Coffee Drinker to help edit the live streams down. I mean, realistically, I could do that myself. It's just, it is going to be a lot of work. And so far, I haven't actually managed to do anything except rebuild 5.8. It's just, it takes a while. It just so happens, though, that bad health days coincided with long compile, and channel be active means channel doing... channel be active means end commander eat. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to try. I'm going to put it in as a different file. Yep, there it is. So it did actually build. Whether it works is an entirely different question. Alright, let's get on to OpenBSD releases. Let me copy the root image. This directory is fucking messy, but yeah, let's copy the root image just in case I completely fuck this up. Actually, you know, I can always boot it off the CD if I do that. Like, I don't really want to eat the disk space. So I need to use bin simage vax OpenBSD. Boot vax. Truth. Well, not yet. We first got to install it. It is interesting how much faster the older versions were, but again, this is more me wanting to learn than anything else. And it's like, it is currently 7:40 in the morning. I've been live streaming for 4 hours. Sorry, I'm just looking at Discord right now. I'm rather deeply struggling. Yeah. Turn the crank. It's hilarious how kind of slow it is, and yet isn't. It's entirely possible the cross script is shot. Like, it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, because we had some trouble getting it to work in 5.8, and it's no doubt it doesn't get used very often. The OpenBSD devs seem to do everything native hardware, and the truth of the matter is that's how we did it on Ubuntu as well. Like, I did occasionally do cross-compiling, but it was very rare, because you don't get the same type of issues when you cross-compile. So it doesn't completely surprise me that it might be having problems. Wow, this is taking its sweet time to start up. Oh, right, it's looking at the big disk. Yeah, that's actually going to take a bit. Okay, there we go. I'm legitimately just like... It's like I have waves of energy. Oh yeah, no password. Okay, so we are here. So I think all I gotta do is root 196.102, root kbuild BSD and BSD here. I had trouble with the boot command earlier, so I'm going to just move the file, and hopefully we'll be able to switch back, because I don't want to do... Okay, that should do it. Let's see if it boots. It may boot, but it may not be able to start the user lane. It may crash and burn. I actually consider that the most likely scenario at this point. I haven't done anything with RISC V. RISC V reminds me of everything wrong with ARM and then some. Like, I cannot believe they do not have a standardized... I have strong opinions about Risk 5, and I don't feel like getting into a rant today. I mean, if they can make it work, great, but I've already been through this with ARM. Well, actually, hold on, chat. That booted. 6-1. Chat, that's 6-1. It's still running a 5.9 user land, and it's obviously not happy. But it is running. I'll be damned. It is actually running. So the question is, could it actually finish running make release? Because that was what we were, that's what it was crashing on before. Oh, uh-oh. It shat the bed, and, well, it didn't completely shit the bed. It's in single user mode. You know what? I can work with this. We don't actually have to bring the full system up to see if this is better or not. Export desc dir. Because ultimately what was happening is it wasn't able to run for the build steps, and it just completely shit the bed. But it is running a 6.1 kernel. Let's see how it actually behaves. It's probably because the kernel and the user land mismatch. That's the problem. But it's also entirely possible that the build system is completely knackered. I've had problems cross-building it before. Whether or not that's the actual problem, I don't know. Because I feel like the deep magic is deep. Let's put it like that. I'm going to have to... I'm probably going to have to go with 5.9 and make my way up if the user land is actually that broken. Because, like... shit. Alright, well, there's nothing to do but wait right now. Okay. Shit, okay. Signal sys. It's unhappy because this is not the right kernel for this system. sucks. I am legitimately thinking of what to do at this point. My gut feeling is 6.1 is not fixed. That even if I had the user land working, it's just going to keep crashing out in the same way we've been doing. That the stability issues are a little bit more deep-rooted than that. So we have a 6.1 kernel, but we don't have a 6.1 user land. That's... Let me look at MIO's patches some more. Let me see if I can understand what exactly that symbols list is like. Do we actually like need to have it? Because I don't know if it's broken because I got it wrong or it's broken for some other... So the OpenBSD extras repo has things like, so it has patches for multiple architectures. Let me look at the actual, there is OpenBSD VAX 5.9. Is there an actual patch here? Oh, wait a minute. There is an actual patch here for 5.9. But no actual source code. Does the patch just have the everything? The patch does not have the everything. Or was 5.9 available? 5.9, hold on. Wait. Usually with the BSD, if I remember the BSD development thing right, it would have been, the source code was stuck around for 5.9. It wouldn't have been deleted from archive. It would have gone away with 6.0. So it would have been, like, if I look at 6.0 and my odds patches, there are VAX files here. So 5.9 is probably the last one that actually does build. And when I say build, I put build in big question marks. But more realistically, it's probably the version that if there are any code fixes, it is there. Because Myod doesn't look like he's done anything else past that. Like, there is a errata. Let me grab the 5. You know, let's actually look. Let's actually. All right. So since we know that this is completely busted, let's put OBSD in the place of BSD, so we just know that we can do that, and let's just halt. We can't halt, so we're gonna sync, and we are out of here. Let me grab the NetBSD 5.9 source code. See, given the state that the port was having serious issues, I can't assume it's better. But it seems like I should check, because it seems like a silly thing not to. Actually, you know what? Let me look at sys first, because that's going to be a smaller download. Yeah, chat, look, 5.9 has the code. That probably means 5.9's kernel will actually build. I think we should try it. I don't want to install 5.9. We'll do it from 5.8 because while it's not officially supported, it probably is possible to go from one to another. So the source code was there in 5.9. It was probably deleted with 6. Because they probably kept it for about 6 months before, you know, it got taken out back in Old Yellard. So if we're going to start anywhere, we should first see if 5.9 is as bad as it is. If not, we have to fix the stability issues and then just go forward from there. Which means ultimately I have to find the problem that killed the port. The triple sync just makes sure everything is written. Oh, like SimH has some problems. It's going to do the disk check again. I am really not convinced this is going to work. Like I'm sitting here and I'm thinking this just feels like a waste of time, but on the other hand, like even if I can compile the 5.9 kernel, it may not work with the 5.8 userland. Although it's only 6 months apart. I mean, how broken could it actually be? The general recommendation, I mean, what you're supposed to do is when you upgrade to current, you basically upgrade to a snapshot, which has a new kernel, new userland. Those snapshots are basically lost. God, this is actually going to be kind of miserable. And that's assuming that, like, this works. I really do think I'm going to have to go back. I guess I'd probably start with 5.0. If 5.0 doesn't compile, I go back further. If it goes all the way to 3, I really hope it doesn't go all the way back to when it was A out. That would be... Oh god, that would really suck. that would colossally, utterly suck. I don't think it will, but oh man, I don't get warm fuzzy feelings from that. Thank you for the subscription, Jumbo Ray. Yeah, I have very little hope that this is going to make things... I don't know if better is the word I actually want to use here, but sure. Oh, it's just root. I don't know why I can't SSH. Okay, fine. I'll just download it directly then. We're going to just do it here. I'm not going to try and cross-compile it or do anything fancy. I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope this works. This should take about 30 minutes. You can really feel the speed difference, chat. Okay. /s. /s /b. Okay, make clean. Make. Okay, there we go. That's going to build the 5.9 kernel, which will hopefully be more compatible with this user land. I think I'm being optimistic, chat. I really do think I'm being optimistic. Definitely feeling tired. Oh wow, up to 95 viewers. Alright, well, we got nothing to do but wait for this to compile. This is going to take about 30 minutes. So, strap in, get comfortable. Good time to stretch your legs, good time to get a drink. And just sit back and listen to the sultry tones of my voice. This is your host and commander, and we are compiling OpenBSD 5.9's kernel. Be it very slowly. You know what? Nah, I don't want more yogurt. I'm good. Sorry, I really am out of dialogue. I do think that one of the next things I have to fix is distcc, unfortunately. Like, I really don't want to have to deal with that, but it's the easiest and fastest way to kind of, you know, fix things. I'm I really just have nothing to say at this point. See, the problem is, even if I use distcc, I may not actually be able to reproduce the crash. Because ultimately, I'm looking at something that happens under heavy load if it's offloading the compile to other systems. Although, realistically speaking, that hasn't been what we've been seeing. We see it recurse down multiple levels, and then something bad happens. it's always the same sort of predicated scenario where it's recursing, and then something go kablooey. Discord YouTube eats links. You'll have to put it on Discord for me to see it, or write it in a way that I can actually see it. I should probably like troll through the mailing list. Like, actually, like, that's a really smart idea. Like, because this is a learning experience for me. If I'm going to do some more... It's been years since I've done any actual... Oh, please tell me this mailing list is still here. Like, I can't imagine they'd actually delete it. Yeah, you can get it if you just, build release problems. Okay, so there was some effort here. So yeah, so the port was killed. "2016, are we dropping support?" Okay. Because Fio's commit message said that it was lots of support. Let me see if I can actually find that. I've also now just discovered that RVAX exists. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me, but it sounds like this port has been on life support for a while. Like, VAX has never been a particularly well-loved architecture. It's quirky in all the ways that make it annoying. But even just getting 5.9, like, it's realistically seeing if it can be made stable. It probably it may be better on actual real hardware. So I am looking at the patch set that basically got things for... Because someone else has done this with the SGI port. So... Well, their patch, at least, yeah, I do see some patches relating to that. I don't know how bad it's going to be, all things considered. Like, even if it's just to get 5.9 actually built, because Myode's patches are patches. Even if it's just building 5.9, I'm going to call that a win. Because at least at that point, I can make a video. Because I can say I got 5.9 going, and then we continue on to 6. But... I'm just kind of like standing up, stretching my back out right now. how's it going? Yeah, still building just fine. I might at some point take a as I said, I don't know how far I'm going to take this. Like, it might come down to, at this point I don't even have an inclination to chase another project, but I do need to see how that NetBSD video turns out. But when this first hits its first major stumbling block, and we haven't gone there yet, like, I haven't gone to a point where I'm ready to say this is done. Maybe in a few weeks, maybe in a week or so, I will be there where I will make a video. But that being said, some of the longer term things I want to do are not going to be quick and easy projects. So, like, it's hard, man. It is hard. God, I just had a really stupid idea for a video. I wonder how many of the NetBSD ports you can run in emulators. It definitely is slow. Oh, wow. Thank you for joining as a member. That is, wow, thank you. Iru Sensei. Iru Sensei isn't Iru dog in Jap? No, I think that's Enid. I'm not very good at languages. Either way, thank you for the membership. That is awesome. I gained a lot of subscribers yesterday. Like it was a really big kick. I gained 82 subscribers with the video dropping. I'm really hoping it does more than that. I mean, granted, it only took me about 3 days to put that video together, so from the amount of effort to what it actually got out of it, I've already won. Actually, no, it's still gaining views, and it's gaining views fast, about on track with most of mine. Most of my stuff. It's not getting a lot of views from the subscription feed, but I think that's because I've been live streaming so much. You know, that's fine. It's fine. I do kind of want to poke Dreamcast in the not-so-distant future. Maybe do a Doom port to Windows CE on it. That might be a good, like, palette cleanser project, because it shouldn't be that difficult to actually do that. All the components have CE support. I might not have a controller offhand, but I should realistically be able to do that. Like, that just might just be like a fun palette cleanser sort of project. I'm just legitimately kind of... Oh, you can actually still get Motorola NVMe boards relatively easily. How much do these actually cost? I'm curious. In cart. Quote. Like, I have no need for a Motorola 88K processor in my life, but I'm actually now curious on how much they actually cost. Oh wow, there was also a Motorola System 5 Unix. I've never looked at Motorola 88K stuff before. So that's kind of neat. Yeah, these boards are rare. These boards are fairly rare. Wikipedia implied that some of them were still being manufactured, but that's probably the 68K boards. And even then, I question it. Like, I'm actually, like, on a Japanese web electronic... Oh, no, this is Chinese. But, yeah, I mean, some of these things are really rare. Actually, you know, I just realized that Doom on a Dreamcast might actually be harder than... No, Doom should run in 8 megabytes of memory. The Dreamcast has a system memory size of 16. When it runs CE, half of it is CE, half of it is Game OS. It's Super H. Yeah, it's a Super H4. There is a NetBSD port on for it. I kind of had this shitpost idea of, if I get bored of the VAX, what would it take to get the OpenBSD Super H port to run on a Dreamcast, the LAN disk port? I don't actually own a Dreamcast, and I really don't want one in my life, but I could do that one. I could do this on emulators. There's enough people with Dreamcasts in the world that I will know if it works very quickly. Yeah, there's Dreamcast Linux, and there is the NetBSD Dreamcast port. I think I've tried running the NetBSD port once. Like, I have some vague memory of doing so, but I don't know if I actually did. Super H is a weird architecture. There's no... I don't know how else to put it. Yeah, GCC is rather notoriously shit. Like, I really wonder how much Linux and the BSTs are held back by GCC just being complete and utter shite. Like, BSD was obviously vendoring it even at this point, and I mean, that makes complete sense considering the history of BSD, because you're going all the way back to 386 BSD, and they probably vendored it because they probably had to make modifications for it, and the only way to distribute it was 4. And it's likely just been carried down that way all the way since. Like, this build system probably current day NetBSD has build.sh, but this build system probably actually goes all the way back to 386 BSD. Yeah, I've never been particularly good at getting... I can get GCC to do complex things, but I've never had much luck in debugging internal compiler errors. Like, I just have always been kind of shite at them. This is taking Well, no, I said it was going to take about 30 minutes, and I think it's going to take about 30 minutes, maybe a bit longer. I mean, the biggest challenge is you'd have to deal with reading the Dreamcast controller I/O stuff, but I would be kind of inclined to do it through C. I presume that CE has a... Let me actually think about that one. Hold on. CE had direct input. Direct input had support for game controllers. So I cannot imagine that they didn't support the Dreamcast GameCube, the Dreamcast GameCube gamepad, as anything other than a direct input device. Like, I would be completely shocked if that is not the case. The biggest problem is I'm trying to figure out how you'd actually debug it, because you don't have access to the... it's not completely stock CE. Explorer does not run on it, although apparently it tries to start and then crashes. I don't know if you have access to the CE command line, so I don't know how much... no, you would have a remote debug target. You would have to have a remote debug target, because the debugging environment is embedded Visual C++. The debugging version of CE gets loaded as first boot, which basically starts the CE kernel into your game code, which runs as a shell application, if I remember the development documents correctly. I'm just sitting here kind of... Well, I mean, let's be honest, every Dreamcast came with design for Windows CE tattooed onto it. I alluded to this when I did the Jornada video 2 years ago. I gotta tell you, being 36 has kind of hit me a little hard. I suddenly feel old. I know that old is a relative state of mind, but it's like, if I don't get off my ass and do shit, I'm just going to have life pass me by, and like, that would just be a tragedy. I've already had enough tragedy in my life, chat. I'm just surprised that it needs that much memory. I would think... I mean, the original ran on a 386. I've definitely... I mean, if you needed a polished port where you also needed sound, music, I could see it struggling. But you should be able to run it graphics only, or graphics and sound effects in 8 megabytes of RAM, which is realistically all you would actually need. Yeah, but I don't need to support split screen. Like, let's be honest. This is not going to become the new speedrunning version of Doom on Dreamcast. Unless there's some very bored Doom speedrunners out there. This is me mostly shitposting. I mean, let's be honest. I did theory craft the possibility of running Doom on a VAX. I actually think it would have some problems with the non-triple-E math. Yeah, actually, no, it probably would. Although it might not be enough to break it, because apparently you can define pi equals 3 and get non-Euclidean Doom. I have trouble imagining what that would actually be like, and I don't think I should do so. There are some ways my brain just is not meant to fold. Yeah, non-Euclidean Doom. NeoZ dropped into my Discord earlier. Yeah, it's on the Internet Archive. It's called Non-Euclidean Z-Doom V0.1 if you want to find it. Oh, actually, it's based on the free Doom assets, so I think I can share a link to this. But NeoZ, probably I'll have it up on Virtually Fun pretty soon, if not already. Let me see if it's actually there. Virtually Fun. Doom, GCC, and AI. Oh, actually, Doom uses fixed point math. If it's using fixed point math, it should be fine. It's only if it's using floating point the IEEE badness happens. Maybe I should make a blog. Oh, there's a video where they experiment with different versions of Pi. That sounds so wonderfully cursed that I'm going to have to go look for that video and watch it after the stream. Like, that just sounds amazing. You know, you're right. I do think Doom was integer math. I think you could use a floating... The thing is that it could use a floating point unit if one was present, but I do think it was... You know, you're right. I think it was integer math. Because, remember, when I played with it on PowerPC, I was playing with it on I was playing with Chocolate Doom, which does have code to make it a little bit more portable. Okay, cool. So then it should have no problem running on a hypothetically fast VAX. God, Doom on a VAX just sounds wrong. Doom on OpenBSD 7.5 sounds funny, but also wrong. Like, because then I have gone to the point that I now have it run. I went from running it on IBM hardware to now I have built an operating system. Chat, I'm just kind of... I'm staring into space right now. I don't know how much I want to think about this because It's gnawing on my brain and not in a good way. I am going to have to check out that video. I don't want to watch it on air because, for one, YouTube actually can detect that. I have gotten notifications when people clip my videos. Second, technically speaking, React content is tolerated on YouTube, but I have to think about that. I might actually pull it up and watch it on... Is there any way I could actually watch it right now? Hold on, let me think about this. Where the flip is my phone? You know what? Let me watch it on my phone. Alright, I'm here. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to watch it on my phone. So some of the audio may leak through. I could mute the mic, but, yeah, hold on, let's see here. Non-Euclidean... Oh, here it is, non-Euclidean Doom. Oh, lordy. All right. I'm going to mute my mic while I watch this. Okay, chat. So far I've learned that the original Doom was not, strictly speaking, was only Euclidean to 9 decimal places. That's Euclidean enough for most people, but I could see how that would upset some. Okay, I am going to continue watching this. I'm going to just sit on the couch. This is cursed. you know, it's nice to know that reality at least would be navigatable if pi suddenly equaled 3. It would be bad for a lot of things, but at least you would be able to recognize it. Oh. Yeah. I probably should... God, I am actually really tired. I should have probably cross-compiled this, like, to be really fair. How much more does it actually have to go? Yeah, it's more than halfway. It's actually not that far. So might as well just let it go. Yeah, it's definitely, the paint is drying. I mean, I already got the main answer I was looking for, so it's like... You know what? I think I'm gonna have some more yogurt. Actually, no, I can wait. I'm not actually that hungry. I'm trying to not, like... One of the big, like I said, I've taken up reading a fair bit of the works of Tin Non Huck. He was a Buddhist monk. And I have found it very... I was going to say... Let's just say the first sentence I would have said, it would be an incredibly bad pun, and I'm very happy I caught that. It was... But what word do I actually use here? I learned a lot by reading it. Like, it's ultimately nothing that in and of itself is earth-shattering, but I have spent some time listening to actual parts of the Buddhist canon, and one of the few that I've actually listened to all the way through, because I listened to the first sermon a few times at this point, which tells the story of the first Buddha. Well, it tells the story of Buddha, but the one that I remember, I don't actually remember the name of it, but essentially the Buddha is teaching a Celt, and essentially he spends the night enlightening the traveler from a far land, and the following morning the Celt gets run over by one of the steeds and dies. And it comes, Buddha is asked about it, and essentially the response was that even if it was only for a short time, that the Celtic man had reached enlightenment. And so things like that have kind of been weighing on, I shouldn't say weighing, but I have been finding quite a bit of peace in it, and that combined with, to the extent I've been able to come to terms with some things in my life, it has helped a fair bit. I mean, I had my own experience that I will simply say defied scientific explanation, and that it was what started me having to look into it more in depth. Something, again, I also want to write about, but God, I really wonder what it's like on the other side, because the last live stream I actually watched, I don't know how many people actually saw the video, but there was a kid recently that completely destroyed the Tetris high scores. It was in the news, and like watching, I sometimes like get recommended live streams like that, so I sometimes watch it, and it's like I get it, but it's like 9 times out of 10 you're just watching someone play. It's like the player feels interchangeable, and maybe I don't know, maybe that's what appeals to most people. Like, I remember when Ninja was at Mixer, and it was I watched a little bit of his content just because it was kind of a big thing. Like, I wasn't at Mixer at the time, but like I still kept tabs on what they were doing, and it's like, okay, like at least when people watch someone like XQC, I at least get it. I mean, you're waiting for the guy to get upset, and then computer goes smash. But maybe I'm just the wrong demographic. I mean, I just sit here and I think of how many people basically are unwilling to try, and they believe that an unfulfilling life is not possible. I really do wonder that. Like, one of the things that I get probably is the most common video is why. And realistically, what's actually keeping me going in this project is because it actually interests me. And the interest is entirely because it's a way to learn about these systems without me having to do a full port by myself. I have done OS level development before, but we are talking years and years and years, and realistically, I didn't write a lot of new code. This is going to require me to actually write a lot of new code, but I have a lot of other examples of how this code is supposed to look. I also probably need to learn the VAX system architecture. Like, there is, yeah, here it is. BitSavers Architecture Reference Manual, 1987. Like, I just need to sit here and read the damn thing. It actually doesn't look too bad. Like, actually, you know what? I'm going to start reading. I'll start thumbing through it now as I look for it. Like, all right, so let's make this nice and big. The introduction, I'm just going to skip through. Extension to the PDP-11 family. Extensible. Designs of new data types could be added. Okay, so MBZs must be 0. Basic architecture. 8-bit, 32-bit, 2 to 32. Byte, word. Okay. It's nice that they have this actually clear. Okay, so word is 16-bit. Quad word is 64-bit, and octaword is 120. I'm surprised they actually defined that one. Okay, so F floating is 4 bytes of an arbitrary byte boundary, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've looked at this before. This is the non-standard IEEE. It's very similar, it's just not quite the same. Variable bit field, See, there's a bunch of features here that will actually probably not be used, because VAX was probably the last instruction set where it was expected that extremely complicated programs would be written in assembly. High-level programming languages became much more common after that. It was still popular on the 8088, but that was still a microprocessor. Okay. So this is talking about queues with one entry, 2 entries. There's a queuing mechanism. I think this is, yeah, so this is talking about queuing mechanisms of the system architecture. Self-referential is a very complex, I didn't realize how complex it is. Character string definition, yeah, so this is exactly what I would expect it to be. It's not that different as compared to many architectures. Decimal string. Okay, so there's decimal string types. God, it's utterly bizarre to see it in an ISA. Leading separate numerical string. Packed decimal string. Processor state. Okay, here we go. This is what I actually start caring about. 16 32-bit general purpose registers denoted as R or RN, where the range is 0 through 15. Process status long word, and privileged internal processor registers. Oh, good. Here it actually defines the ISA. R15 is the program counter. 14 is the stack. Oh, that's, yeah. This is old enough that it would have a dedicated frame pointer. I was not expecting that. It makes perfect sense, but I was not expecting that. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's a bunch of special rules as far as register usage goes, but it's all pretty straightforward. Like, this is basically what I expect for... this is similar. It's actually not that similar to ARM. 32-bit anyway. PB11 raw. There's some things that are reserved to digital must be 0. Like, there's a lot of things here that I don't think are used. Like, because this is all... this, like I said, it's expected that you would handwrite code for this one. Internal process registers, move from processor register, move to processor register. Variable length instruction format. Oh, that's going to suck if I have to work with memory dumps. That's going to really suck. Double byte opcode, single byte opcode. So addressing modes are... Access mode types are read, write, modify. It does talk about memory interlocks. I mean, there was an SMP implementation of the VAX, although it's only supported by VMS. Okay, so parentheses is contents of memory location X. PC SP is 15R. It's defined is replaced by yeah. Actually, this is quite well written. Like, this is probably one of the best I've seen. Like, the ARM has nothing like this. Or at least it didn't. I remember ARM was remarkably shit documentation. Well, I'm on page 44 of 400. Like things like auto increment modes, like this is an ISA. I don't know how much assembly code I'm actually going to have to write. Hopefully very little, because I don't want to write a lot. I really don't want to write a lot. But at least I'm going to have a decent idea of how it works. Alright, so displacement, deferred displacement, literal reach. I'm just reading through the addressing modes. It's a good literal text, but it doesn't come with a lot of example code, which is a little annoying. Well, fortunately, this VAX, the emulated VAX, is the power bill of a MacBook Pro. Right now, I'm just going to skim through the manual. Like, I'm probably going to have to get more familiar with this, but... yeah, okay, so this is the instruction reference. Like, actually learning how some of this shit works is not terribly difficult. I think the rest of this documentation is opcodes. Like, is it really just opcodes all the way down? No, okay, it's not. Okay, let me read the parts that are not opcodes. Or let me skim it, because at least this point I'm learning. Okay, this is actually talking about interrupts. This is something I probably want to read. So I think I want... there's more I need to read. Here's memory management. Because we know the problem is possibly page table related. So this is something I actually want to pay attention to. Alright, I'm back. Right, so it has realistically it has 4 bar space we can find. So each process can have, yeah, it's up to it has a 2 gig limit is realistically what the upper limit is. 2 gig system, 2 gig userland. You can't make it all or nothing. I guess you could use the system could use the userland, but yeah, it doesn't work that way. That's common for architectures of this era. So it actually looks like, yeah, so it is limited to 30 bits mapped, actually. It says VA and PA 30 and 31 do not exist. Although it's technically implementation specific, but yeah, so it looks like 1 gig is actually the limit of the architecture. It could easily have been expanded to that, and probably it would be very trivial to get it to work. Because it does have the provisions for it, it just says it's not used, but that's probably because it wasn't physically pinned out at the time. If the instruction stream comes within 512 bytes of non-existent memory when memory management is disabled. God, there's a lot of unpredictable stuff, but that's always... Yeah, that's not actually relevant. But there is a fair bit of thing that's, say, unpredictable. I know memory management can do some very scary things, because enabling an MMU on ARM is a surprisingly annoying thing to do, because it's more common you deadlock the board than do what you actually want to do. Okay, so the base 20 addresses of the physical address space become the page frame number. Wow, this is some uniquely... Well, no, I should say that it's just different. Like, and I'll be honest, it's been so long since I've done this that I'm probably romanticizing how page tables work on x86. They probably don't make any more sense. The upper 21 bits of the physical address of the base of the page, used by CPU hardware only. I guess there's a connection between where you, how the pages work. I mean, there's no 21 bits. 2 to the power of 21 is what? I mean, you could technically just map everything into its own area and then overlay a page table over it. You know, that makes perfect sense. That makes complete and total perfect sense, I think. Because the page can then be mapped in and out of where it needs to be, because the operating system may not actually have protection. It can, but yeah, okay, no, that actually makes sense to me. Okay, I really had to think about, because this is not written from the perspective of an operating system. One of the jobs of the operating system is to change the page tables on a context switch. Right, and the valid bit says if the specific page table is there, or if it's been punted off to virtual memory, because that then causes the PMAP abort, which then causes the cascading train failure, and we go off to sad and unhappy land. Okay, this is actually proving to be a somewhat useful experience. It probably would not help as much as you'd think, but right now the biggest issue is the network driver does not actually work. It has issues in SimH, at least on 5.8. It could be a problem with other things, but there are code differences there are known bug fixes in the NetBSD driver, so I'm probably going to have to sit and fix it. That's why we weren't able to use distcc, and it's like, I don't want to brain right now, and knowing if the 5.9 kernel has the same problem is a decent use of time right now, because I'm not going to get anything else done. I might as well... I'm using the time productively. Like, I forgot how hard this actually used to be. I really had a romanticized view of this in my own memory. Oh, it's not arithmetic fault. It's FLT's fault. Yeah, it's like probably, I think it's a coincidence that it says arith. It's probably like an acronym for something, because that's probably really old code. Oh no, I know it's not old code. It's from BSD 121314. I'm just reading here silently because this is part I actually need to know how it works. Interesting. The design of the memory mapper actually, there's a note here saying that it is subject to change without prior notice. I wonder. I don't think they actually did that at any point. Although it would explain why Ultrix wouldn't work. Although I have a feeling that's more because it just doesn't know what a KA45 is. Now I'm reading exceptions and interrupts. Hold on, I gotta actually move forward. So there are both exceptions and interrupts in the architecture. Okay, so exceptions are caused by things that are happening by an opcode versus in. Okay, all right. It is something to be aware of, but it doesn't actually matter. They're essentially the same thing. It's like if you hit a sig serve versus not. Yeah, and there's apparently problems with it on top of that. 1 gig would be the actual limit, but let's be honest, that's kind of overkill. Like, I'm sorry I'm not talking about this right now. I'm a little bit... I'm on kind of fumes. I just don't feel tired, which sucks royally. Here it goes. Arithmetic, traps, and faults. So let me take a look at the that trap.c file. I may end up lying down soon. This is taking a lot longer to build than I thought it would. Although it's into the devs and it's already at the near the bottom of it, because I believe it largely builds in alphabetical order. You know, I'm actually curious right now, but actually no, hold on. I'm getting distracted. Let me actually continue looking at these traps. But I am curious if this build system is actually basically based on 3.6 BSD. I assume it is. So, I don't know why it's called arithmetic fault. Yeah, so I am looking at it. It's ARITH, arith, fault, FLT. I hate non-descriptive names. So this gives you the trap frame. Trap code. So are traps different on this architecture? It might be. Let me keep reading. So yeah, no, a fault is actually handled as a different type. Okay, so a whole bunch of things get hooked up at the start. I think all arithmetic faults exist in this function. I have that horrible feeling that this is how this actually works. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. So how does arithmetic faults actually get handled? Because I'm assuming the manual explains this. Oh, here it is. Arithmetic traps and faults. Okay, yeah, so here it is. A whole bunch of floating overflow sort of stuff. You know what, let me see where this is actually hooked up to, because I'm realizing I'm looking at the source code here. And, why don't I have a graphical version of the source code on here? You know what, I have the 5.9 source code. Good enough. So what, are page table faults sent down the algorithm fault pipeline? Like, is that actually how it works? That is... Exceptions can be grouped into 6 classes: arithmetic faults and exceptions, memory management exceptions, detected during operand references. Yeah, so 6-4, so 3-4 is arithmetic, and that's how it's pinned out in LO core, low core. There is this trap argc, which I'm not quite sure how that works. Oh no, I see how this works. Wow, that is a bizarre. Okay, so there's traps here for trace point, breakpoint. P10 must expand. Okay, yeah, so there's 3 different types of breakpoint that basically all end up here, and then they... I assume that this trap argc... God, that is just... Why would they do it like that? So okay, that means we get pumped. We get punted probably off a PTE len. Well, yeah, I know we do because that's where the code base lands. Page table length exceeded. Yeah, and then that starts us on our merry way towards Crash City. Well, okay. I don't know what this tells us, chat. Just I'm learning. Oh, look, we got a kernel chat. We did get kernel. That's a good segue. Let's see if it works. Oh, yeah, it did actually boot. Yep, there it is. OpenBSD 5.9. Let's see if it seems happy enough running under it. Like, it's not dying out in weird and strange ways. I guess there must be like a one version compatibility. That probably has to be. Oh, right, there's no password. So now we're technically on 5.9 with a 5.8 user land. Can we actually run the release? Right, that's why that doesn't work. I'm in screen. I have to do export A. That's been bugging me for a while why Control A wasn't working. Okay, so I have to be in act make release. Alright, well now we gotta see. This takes about 30 minutes to get to the crash point. If it completes, then the regression was resolved. If not, then we have to go find the regression. Oh, this is gonna suck. Because this is a 20... It takes about 10 hours for to get to the first crash point. And I don't think that was the same one we ran into last time. But well, you know what? I can learn more about the problems. But we need to basically, let's go back to the first release in which we can actually just compile the damn thing and not have any additional issues. I should also fix the fucking Ethernet driver. Yeah, I really do need to fucking fix the fucking Ethernet driver. No, because I'm gonna have to fix on each one. This is. No, I don't want to do that to myself. That just sounds miserable. I rather just take the time, because realistically, time is something I have in excess right now. I don't know. I'm enjoying. I do actually find this mentally stimulating. So, like, all right, it be installing, chat, and we're walking. I'm having a bit more yogurt. And everything feels just better with the world right now. I'm here. I'm just, the you don't appreciate how much calories you use just live streaming. I'm alright. At least I'm trying to be. It's extremely hard right now. I'm just kind of sitting here thinking. even know if it's thinking. It's just like I feel like I should do something with the Dreamcast port of NetBSD. Like, that thing is just... I've never been able to think of a thing to do with it. Like, you'd have to build it into the image, but... And the Ethernet adapter for the Dreamcast is so... It's unobtainium, unless they finally had a solution for it. Well, I think at this point, if it dies here, we start working backwards. I think we go to 5.7, then 5.6. Find the last version. Find the version that we can actually get to compile itself. Presumably, it's really trying to figure out when the snapshot's rotted. To really understand how bad this actually is. Yeah, I know it's possible, but it's like... The hardware is both interesting... The historical problem I've had with Dreamcast is unless you actually just want to do a game... And honestly, while I do game a fair bit, it's always stuff like Factorio or Minecraft. I'm not... The last big budget title I think I played was Nier Automatica, but it's very rare that I'll actually do that. Like, I rather make the factory grow. I haven't played Satisfactory. I don't think factory builders get a whole lot by the third dimension. Like, I had a pretty long-running Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles modded Minecraft world, and I've had a few other ones that I played with Blazik. I even made a stab at making this YouTube channel, a Minecraft Let's Play. I didn't know what to do during the pandemic. It never occurred to me that I could really make a viable channel. I really just wanted to do a one-off because I kind of felt frustrated that my bike tour had gone canceled. And I was just stuck at my mother's. I do think what's actually going to happen next is OS. I think it's going to be 0.7. Unless this actually works, which I will be surprised. If this actually works, then we will just try building 5.9 flat out. But in the much more likely chance that this is completely bit rot, we'll see. Yeah, I'm currently I'm just doing some reading on the OpenBSD project. Thank you for the subscription, Giuseppe Barbaretta. Yeah, right now we're just sitting here waiting to see if this will crash in the same way the other ones have. I'm going to sit and read a bit more of this manual. I'm just kind of staring into space right now. The bad health days can be really bad. The good health days can be less miserable, I guess. I was reading that PDF. Where did it go? There it is. Damn it. How far into this thing was I? Like 200? God, it is insanely bloated. See, here we go. Stack redundancy. All right. System control block defines how all this. So, how events get serialized. Serious system faults. Right, so I'm in the right section again. So there's access control fault violation and translation not valid fault. I'm just kind of sitting here mulling. I forget how far it gets. I think it gets all the way to the GNU folder. I think it falls over somewhere in bin utilities. The fact that it hasn't aired out, though, does make it look like you can basically build new kernel first, build userland, keep going. I mean, that definitely looks like exactly how this works. The honest truth of the matter is, I've already done that a few times, but if it really is this borked, I really should fix it properly. It does sound like it may have only broken in the last few versions. So OpenBSD doesn't use Git, it uses CVS. CVS is fucking obnoxious. I don't even know how you would bisect it, but I could use the Git import of the trunk repo and bisect by time, because there are, I believe it is possible to just tell Git pull all files that were true at this time, and I can use the build times of the release to get an idea of what trunk looked like, and then bisect it to at least understand what changed that made it go kaflooey, because if it only broke in the last two versions, then it's probably then some patch that landed and caused all sorts of badness. Oh man, I am suddenly feeling very chilled. Like, chilled enough I almost want to put a space heater on. Ooh. I'll be alright. I mean, like I said, I could kind of fudge it, but let's be honest, I think a half-baked 5.9, I think people would be more interested in a fully baked 5.9 port than a half-baked 7.5 port. I still haven't actually decided how far I'm going to take it. I think it's, but God, my stomach is really not happy with me right now. Probably means I'm gonna be ready to go to sleep soon. That's better. Stomach is... I think I too much yogurt alert. That's what happened. I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it dies, I think I'm going to call it there. If not, we'll... Do I have the soul to actually get 5-7 going? Maybe. Yeah, I've been streaming for 7 hours. I can call it after this. I would feel I've accomplished something. back at my desk. I feel better now. Alright. Hey, simple programming codes. How you doing? Sorry for being away from the mic for a while. I just... Zone info. I should run that teach gammon command because I've always wanted to learn how to play backgammon. I've had it explained to me a few times, but I've never actually played it. Yeah, I mean, I made the... Oh, look. It did the thing. That actually crashed at a different point, but it did the thing, chat. Yeah, see, this is what keeps happening. Basically, it causes a whole lot of processes running at once, but it's not consistent. Well, we always end up... well, no, this time we ended up at... I would have to go look at the address to line, but I believe the show panic. Yeah, it's RM page, and the way it's getting there is through trunk, and it's like... Like, it doesn't make sense to me why this, why this causes it, but, like, we had a whole bunch of other stability issues. The question is, I don't know if this is a problem with SimH or if it's a problem with OpenBSD. I'm inclined to say it's OpenBSD because NetBSD is known to be able to be built in SimH. So it is possible to bisect this. The thing is, we just have to figure out when did it actually break. It takes literally hours or days to even get that far. It would realistically require downloading 5.7, 5.6, blah, 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 blah. Loading the source code on them. Seeing if they can successfully complete a cycle. Along the way, I probably have to work on the network driver. Well, that's kind of why I need to see if this is a regression. Obviously, something not be happy. Well, NetBSD is known to be able to successfully... I believe it's known to successfully build under SimHVax. But there's also been a lot of work done on that port. According to the actual OpenBSD things... The snapshots basically stopped working. They, basically, if the... I didn't see the actual thread, but the long and short of it, according to chat, is that the NetBSD snapshots stopped being able to self-host themselves. It basically bit rot apart and died. If there is a problem with SimH, then it's good to know about now. Like, we should be able to go back several versions when the port was in less shit shape and see if it can be built. Yeah, I could actually run them in parallel. That's actually that is a incredibly good point. Like, I could probably run 4 of them at once. Maybe, yeah, I could do 4, maybe even 6 at once. My God, that is the single most brilliant thing that... Oh, I could like... Give this man... You know what? You are going to get a pinned comment. I don't think I would have thought to do that. But yeah, I should be able to run 4 or 6 of them at a time. Yeah, this isn't going to be something I do right this second, but at least it will answer some questions on the state of affairs here. Yeah, no, that's a serious for the win. Like, that is actually a complete win. Because I can simulate 6 of them at once. I've got the resources to do it. I just need to do a little bit of... I have to do a little bit of thinking on it. Like, I think what I have to do is I'll have to set up an NFS server. Because disk space is going to suck for this. But I don't think that will be a problem. At least I really hope it won't be a problem. I guess I could do it in Tmux. I wasn't planning on doing it in Tmux. I was going to do it... I was actually... I should just... You know what? I have x11.app on this. I could use that. Or I could do it on Black Coffee Drinker's laptop. It's just... I haven't set that thing up yet, and it's kind of a pain. Not so much because it's a pain, but it's remote desktop connection. I don't think I can get anything else today, so I think this is actually a good stopping point. I have to write some posts, like... We're on Sunday. I just dropped a video. I'm not super going crazy. I'm just... Chat, it's just been a rough time. I kid you not. Alright. On that note, this is your host, N Commander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day. If you enjoy this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, links are in the description on how to support the channel monetarily. It really makes a huge difference. Until next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out.